All right, let's get started. Assuming we're on. Yeah, we are. Morning, everyone. Let's bring the Senate to order for this January 28th, 2021. Roll call, please.
Roll call for Thursday, January 28th. Anderson, absent. Baldwin,
Here.
Beitman, excused. Boner,
Here.
Case,
He's here. He's still getting connected. He's here.
Bouchard,
Excused?
Cooper,
Here.
Driscoll,
Here.
Ellis,
Present.
French,
Here.
Murphy,
Here.
Giroux,
Excused?
Hicks,
Here.
Hutchings,
She's muting, unmuting. She's here. Go forward.
James,
Here.
Kinsky,
Here.
Cole,
Here.
Cost,
Here.
Landon,
Here.
McCune,
He's here. He's still muting. He's here.
thank you. Nethercott,
Here.
Pappas,
Excused?
Perkins,
Here.
Rothfuss,
Here.
Salazar,
Here.
Schuler,
Here.
Scott,
Here.
Steinmetz,
Here.
Wasserberger,
Excused?
and President Dockstader.
Here.
24 present, 4 excused, 1 absent.
Thank you, Chief Clerk. Prayer by Senator Steinmetz.
Would you join with me in prayer? Heavenly Father, we come before you today, a people eager to do your will and serve your people as the representatives and senators of this state. Father God, we just commit our endeavor to you today. We ask you for wisdom and courage to do the right thing and to honor you in this earth. We thank you for each of our colleagues. We thank you for those who have gone before us, or those whose pictures are in these hallowed halls of government. We specifically thank you for Senator Coe and his life and his example of leadership in this body. And as we honor him today, we ask that you would inspire each of us to be the kind of legislator he was, that led with decorum and honor in all that he did. Father God, we commit our ways to you today, and we ask you to bless us as we serve the people of this great state. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen.
Amen.
Senator James, veteran, will lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Senator James, and thank you for your service. Reading correction approval of the journal. Will the Chief Clerk please read the journal committee report?
Mr. President, your journal committee reports that the journal of January 27th, 2021 has been read and recommends that it be approved. Senator John Cole, Chairman.
Any objections? There being none, report is adopted. Noting for those visiting with us in the gallery, there's also additional room in the live stream room at W110. At this point, senators across the state and here in the chambers, I believe we are supposed to have former Senator Eli Bebout on our Zoom here somewhere, if I can find him. Staff, can you bring in Senator Bebout?
Shows on the screen.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Senator Bebout, you're going to need to turn on your video. There you are. Thank you. Can you hear us okay, Senator? Senator Bebout? Well, now we lost you, Senator. Anthony, Anthony, could you help us locate him out there in digital world?
Mr. President, he's in the room. We'll try to figure out why his microphone is not working.
Okay. We're going to just pause for just a moment. Sen will be at ease for just a moment while we arrange for that. There you are. Okay, Senator Bebout, can you hear us?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Thank you for joining us. Members of the Senate and public watching, of course, we heard the sad news, the loss of Senator Hank Coe, many, many years helping us in the legislative process, and I have to get used to looking in the back corner, and he's not there in that chair after so many years. And as I was contemplating who we might call upon to honor Senator Coe and to recognize him both in this resolution and to say a few words, my mind immediately went to former Senator Bebout, who worked with him for so many years. I'd come to work early on the floor, and Senator Bebout would be there with Senator Hank Coe lining things out for the day. And so we have this resolution that we've asked former Senator Bebout to read for us and then to offer his own words. Senator Bebout, the floor is yours.
Well, and thank you, Mr. President. May I have privilege of the floor?
Please do.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, and a particularly good morning to members of the 66th Wyoming Senate. And as the president so stated, we lost a tremendous friend. I'm going to read the resolution and add a few of my words, if that's still okay, Mr. President.
Thank you. Please proceed.
The resolution, the 66th legislature of the state of Wyoming honors the memory of Senator Henry H.R. Hank Coe. Memorial providing for the recognition of the Honorable Henry Huddleston Rogers Hank Coe, who served as a legislator from Park County in the Wyoming legislature, expressing deep appreciation for his distinguished service to his city, county, and state, and further expressing the depth of our sorrow on behalf of the residents of Wyoming. Be it resolved by the 66th legislature of the state of Wyoming, whereas Hank Coe served with honor and distinction in the Wyoming Senate for 32 years, from 1989 through 2020, rising to the ranks of Senate President from 2001 through 2002. And whereas Hank Coe lived his entire life in Cody, born there April 29th, 1946, and passing away in the town he called the best place on earth on January 21st, 2021. And whereas Hank Coe served 23 years on the Cody Volunteer Fire Department, 8 years on the Park County Commission, and volunteered on many other boards. And whereas Hank Coe was first elected to the Wyoming Senate in 1988 and began his years of service at a time when neither computers or cell phones were common and where paper documents were the primary means of lawmaking, working to support the use of technology across the state, including Wyoming schools. And whereas Hank Coe took on the challenge of education issues as chairman of the Senate Education Committee for 18 years, at a time when the legislature was working to end a decades-long litigation over the financing of Wyoming's K-12 public schools, resulting in laws and a public education system to be found constitutional by the Wyoming Supreme Court. And whereas Hank Coe was an advocate for higher education, school quality, school safety, and school accountability. Whereas Hank Coe's legislative record and accomplishments reach far beyond education, including successful work promoting the Wyoming economy, travel and tourism, and commercial air service. And whereas Hank Coe enjoyed close collaboration with dozens of House and Senate members and 5 Wyoming governors. And whereas Hank Coe was a leader in every organization in which he served and was known to be courteous and kind public servant who enjoyed good friends and good stories. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the state of Wyoming legislature that we express our profound sense of loss created by the sudden passing of our beloved friend and leader, and extend our sympathies to the family of our fellow legislator and dedicated public service. Be it resolved, further resolved, that a copy of this memorial be transmitted to the family of Hank Coe, that they may know the sense of sorrow and loss suffered by the people of Wyoming by virtue of his passing. Signed on this 27th day of January of 2021 by Senator Dan Dockstader, President of the Wyoming Senate, and Representative Eric Barlow, Speaker of the Wyoming House of Representatives. And Mr. President, on a personal note, I just wanted to say a few things about my good friend Hank. We first met in Cody years and years ago and attended the University of Wyoming together. We often laughed about having met in the Coe Library, but actually we probably spent more time at some of those institutions further down Grand Street that closed about midnight. But Hank was just an incredible guy. After college, we went our separate ways. He met and married Marty Stranigan, the daughter of my basketball coach at the University of Wyoming, had 3 lovely children, HR, Carrie, and Bethany, his wife, Marty, of course, and then he has his sister Ann, brother Bob, and nieces and nephews that have survived. You know, as I think about Hank, I think about all the different legislative issues he was involved in, and there were many of those, and he took the lead on a lot of them. Some of them are very controversial. I remember one that dealt with the Amoco refinery in Casper, and there was a piece of legislation that would allow us to move forward and do some reclamation there and turn that into some good beneficial use to the community of Casper. And as I said, it was very controversial. In fact, there was an ad in the paper that said if we proceed with this legislation, it would be very bad for the state of Wyoming. But Hank hung in there, the legislature hung in there, we passed it. And of course, if you've been to Casper, you'll see the results of that legislation, the Three Crowns Golf Course, office buildings there, a great tribute to Hank and those that did that, and the city of Casper. The thing about Hank that I'll always remember is his dedication to public service, his family, and his friends. There was never any question about his integrity, about his honesty, about where he was coming from and where he stood. And a lot of the debates in the Senate, about 99% of the time we agreed. And of course, when we disagreed, he always would say that I was wrong and I would say that he was wrong. But at the end of the day, we did what we thought was best for the state of Wyoming. Several years ago, the legislature honored Hank Coe and 3 others in the Senate that had served a long period of time, one of them being myself and the other being Senator Scott and Senator Case. And I remember talking about that, and certainly as we considered running for re-election, Hank and I talked about should we not, and we both decided it was time to move on, and we're planning on many hours of fun together after we had resigned or not resigned, but had not run, and we're looking forward to the retirement. And now he's gone. It's just a sad day, and I will definitely miss him. He will never be forgotten by the state of Wyoming, to his dedicated public service and to his many friends. And I'm just very fortunate to have known and spent most of my life with a friend like Hank Coe. And with that, Mr. President, I want to thank you for allowing me to share a few words. It's a little emotional for me. I'm just going to really miss him. And best of luck to you. And if Hank was here talking with me, he would say, do the job you know how to do. Think about the great state of Wyoming, maintain your civility, and good luck. And with that, Mr. President, I'll let you get back to the work of the great state of Wyoming. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. We want you to stay in place for just a moment. Just a quick reminder that there are additional sign-up sheets for the members of the Senate. You can go into the LSO office and sign this document that will be eventually delivered to his family. So Senator Bebout, stay right where you are. We're going to ask Senator Perkins, Chairman Perkins, to come on now. And you kind of slipped out, Senator, as we had an opportunity. We didn't have the opportunity to truly honor you, as you slipped out after many years of service and also as Chairman of Appropriations. And we have a presentation for you, but before we show it to everyone, we're going to have Senator Perkins offer a few words at this point.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I have privilege of the floor?
Please do.
Thank you, Mr. President. In this, Hank Coe, I'm going to talk about Eli, but Hank Coe was my desk mate 6 or 7 years in the Senate, and we'll miss him. He just, if you didn't, for those that didn't get to know Hank, he was just, he's a great friend, a great person, and a great legislator, and who knew how to debate the issues and still be a great friend even when you didn't agree. And we'll just miss that about him. We had the opportunity with Senator Driscoll and Senator Bebout and me and Hank Coe all took a trip to Alaska a little over a year ago, and it was just a great time. And he was just so fun to be around, and we'll just miss him. But with respect to my good friend Senator Bebout, I'll tell you this: I first met Senator Bebout, and I think it was in 1990 during session. I met him at a legislative reception at the Hitching Post Inn, where my mother was then in the legislature and serving as the chairman of the House Chairman of Labor and Health. And I met Eli and shook his hand, and that began what's been just a very rich friendship for the last 30 years. The Bebouts are Wyoming. Senator Bebout was a graduate of Shoshone High School, where he played, where he was actually a high school All-American at Shoshone High School. He played basketball collegiately at both the Air Force Academy and then transferred to UW, where he played for UW. And he didn't just ride the bench. He got in there and he has sharp elbows, and he used them to his advantage and to the detriment of those against whom he played. He was able to spend enough time at the Coe Library to get an engineering degree, of which he's very proud and which has served him well. He's been an entrepreneur his entire life, working various jobs at the Boysen Reservoir Marina that his father ran and that he helped run, and having different jobs where he did things on the side doing that. From there, he went into engineering. He's been an entrepreneur in the oil and gas business, in ranching, in reclamation and drilling. He's a pilot. He He owns aircraft. In fact, one time he was giving my mother a ride home in a Cessna 210, in his Cessna 210 from Cheyenne to Casper during session, and he had her in the air, and he asked her, "Dorothy, do you know how to fly?" And she said, "No." And he says, "Good, I've got some bills I want to talk to you about," and made sure that trying to, he always wanted to press his advantage, but with good humor. He's the only man to ever have served, only person to ever have served as both the Speaker of the House and the President of the Wyoming Senate. He's been as tough as nails, but underneath that tough exterior, he is generous. He is a great friend. He is a great father to his children. He's a loving husband to the love of his life, Lorraine. He's a great son to his mother, who may be listening to us online. She's been a great follower of the legislator for years. He's a great leader from whom I've learned a lot. It was my privilege to be his majority floor leader, and my greater honor to be his friend. And with that, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I give to you and refer to you Senator Bebout.
Senator Bebout, we're going to ask you to follow up with that, but I want to show you something that Senator Steinmetz arranged as a parting gift in memory of all your years. If you can see this, this is beautiful. Senator Steinmetz, would you just step in for a moment and unmute and tell us a little bit about this very unique gift?
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. President. It was crafted by Horns for Heroes, and I think Senator Bebout has seen it before as serving as our great chairman of appropriations, and we appreciated that time with you. So that will be in the mail to you today, and we hope you enjoy it. And please accept it with all of our gratitude, and we just appreciate you so much.
Thank you, Senator. The floor is yours, Senator Bebout.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. President. Further privilege of the floor.
Please do.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know quite what to say other than Drew, thank you so much for those kind words. 30 years together, it's just been a great run. And I do remember with your mother flying to Casper. It was a beautiful day, and Senator Scott might have been chairman of the Labor Committee on the other side, and those bills, I don't remember what they were, but I'll never forget the look on her face when I asked her if she knew how to fly, and then I said, well, we got to talk about some bills. Your mother was a wonderful lady, and you certainly followed in her footsteps as being a great member of the legislature representing Casper, as you have for many, many years. Wow, it's 28 years, and Senator Scott and Senator Case, you're still there moving ahead. It's just been a great run, members of the Wyoming Senate. I can't tell you how I feel about the institution, the love of the institution, the support of the process, and what we do for Wyoming. And we all know that you have a tough agenda ahead of you. But as I've said in the past, Mr. President, you and I have talked about it with many of you. The cup is half full, and I rest assured as I'm down here a little bit south of you, where the weather is not quite like it is up there, the state of Wyoming is in great hands. And I will be watching and learning from you as you move forward with a tough agenda, a lot of different issues. I've often said if someone was crazy enough to get involved in politics, and particularly in the legislature, the only place to do it would be a state like Wyoming, where you are who you are. You live by your integrity and your honesty, and that's never questioned. You debate hard, you maintain your civility, and you do what you think's best for your constituency and for the place we call home, and that's Wyoming. And one of the other things, Mr. President, I was going to mention about Hank is, and I hope all of you just think about this for a minute. He was a Wyoming original. There will never be another senator like Hank Coe, and thank goodness for that. And I'm sure he's up there watching down on us and wanting to give us some advice, and maybe in our own inner workings we'll think about that. And as we do move forward and have those intense debates, I just ask all of you to remember what you're there and why you're there and what we're doing, and you will. And I remember that I'm not going to tell you about this bill or that bill. That's not my deal. That's your deal now. And so, Mr. President, with that, thank you so much for the recognition. I was not planning on this. Sherry, that knife is wonderful. And that sharp point, I'm glad there's a little protection on that, because Lorraine, God bless her, who's put up with me all these years being a member of the legislature, she might jab me that occasionally. So I'm glad that protection's on there so I won't get jabbed. And with that, Mr. President, you've got a full agenda. God bless all of you. God bless the state of Wyoming, and God bless the great country that we live in called the United States of America. Good luck.
All the best to you, Senator Vivan. Thank you, Senator. All right, we'll proceed now. Chief Clerk reports from the standing committees.
Standing committee reports. January 27th, 2021. Mr. President, your committee number 2, appropriations, to whom was referred Senate File 44, solid waste cease and transfer program funding, respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass. Voting aye, Senators Hicks, Kinski, Perkins, and Steinmetz, Guru excused. Signed, Dave Kinski, Acting Chairman. Mr. President, your committee number 2, appropriation, to whom was referred Senate File 50, COVID-19 Business Relief Programs Agriculture, respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass with the following amendment. Voting aye, Senators Guru, Hicks, Kinski, Perkins, and Steinmetz. Signed, Dave Kinski, Acting Chairman.
Thank you. So just a note of clarification, Madam Chief Clerk, we've got, we still have to have our second reading amendments here, and I understand they're in process. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So I think at this point, we'll just stand at ease. Pardon? Breaking up? Okay. So we'll stand at ease for just a moment while we wait for the second reading amendments to arrive at the desk. Well, appropriate time then to, okay. Okay. Just a quick moment of housekeeping for those in the chamber and on the Zoom, please. We've got a note here that legal is waiting on if I could just have your attention for a moment. Excuse me, just for a moment here on the floor, and those listening in, legal is waiting on sponsor approvals. If you could have those drafts returned as soon as possible, I would appreciate it. Just a quick note of housekeeping as we get ready to take care of these amendments on second. Thank you for your patience.
Yes, Mr. President? Correct. Yep.
Okay, staff, bring us back on if you would, please. Wait just a moment for everybody to get back on. And Amanda, we are live.
Yes, Mr. President.
All right, thank you for your patience, everyone. We had to get ready for a couple of seconds that we'll introduce here in just a moment. But before I do that, before we go into the second readings, I'll turn the time over to the Majority Floor Leader, Senator Driscoll. Senator?
Mr. President, thank you very much. Just a quick note to everybody in the body.
After conferring with everybody, this is our last day of committee in the whole. We got through 10 bills yesterday. We have 20 in front of us. No huge rush. We all need to do good, honest debate, do these bills right, but we really do need to work on keeping our pace up. For all of you new members, and I guess everyone else, whatever bills don't get through in this session, we'll move to the next one. But for those of us that have been here a long time, the longer we run on it, the more individual bills end up dead, because we always work all our committee bills. So the more you talk the bills to death, the more you're killing your chance to get your individual bills out. So let's be really timely, make our debate to the point, don't repeat other people, and do pertinent facts the best we can. Last, we've got an event today. I'm sure we're going to end up working well into the evening tonight, depending on how fast this goes. So our lunch break will be from 12:45 to 1:15, and we'll be sharp on it. So everybody needs to be ready, and we'll work our way through that and break right in after lunch and see if we can't get a big chunk of these bills out. Thank everybody for your patience. Fantastic job yesterday, new senators. I thought everybody did a nice job. And with that, you also will see some announcements. We may change up the list on the general file from time to time today to make sure we get bills that we need to work. Thanks, everybody, and let's have a great day today.
Thank you, Mr. Floor Leader. Bills on second reading. Senate File 14, credit for reassurance. Reading clerk, please read it in.
Senate File 14, credit for reinsurance, an act relating to insurance.
There are no amendments. Senate File 14, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objections, it is so ordered. Senate File 16, new net metering systems. Madam Chief Clerk, would you read in the bill?
Senate File 16, new net metering systems, an act relating to public utilities.
And there is an amendment. We have Chief Clerk read that in as well.
Senate File 16, second reading amendment number 1, page 1, line 2.
Senator Nethercott, would you like to move the amendment and explain it?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Good senators, I move second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 16 and ask for your favorable consideration. Good senators, what this bill does, this goes back to the net metering bill that we discussed heavily yesterday. One of the concerns that was mentioned was regarding, or one of the primary purposes of Senate File 16 is to move that discussion regarding the fairness associated with subsidies and other types of cost shifting associated with net metering to the Public Service Commission. In Senate File 16, there's a presumption found in that bill associated with those independent energy producers already receiving a subsidy. And that has created a lot of angst amongst the stakeholders and concern about maybe a presupposition that the PSC and the Office of Consumer Advocates may have and may not start it off with a level playing field for the parties to consider the actual facts and realities of all of those systems. And so this amendment tries to put back in the bill the concept of equity and fairness associated with evaluating energy production, energy cost, infrastructure costs, cost to the utilities, cost to the ratepayers, and also cost to those independent energy producers. So that's the purpose of the amendment. You can see the primary language associated with that on page 2, line 11, or on line 7 of the amendment, where we are stating, we are changing the language to read as follows. In establishing and maintaining the system, the Commission, which is in reference to the Public Service Commission, shall ensure it reasonably and equitably balances the interests of customer generators with those of electric utilities and ratepayers to ensure the availability of safe, adequate, and reliable electricity service at just and reasonable rates. And so that's pretty much consistent with the PSC's duty and mission. It is consistent with the PSC's duty and mission. And that is the amendment. Stand for questions.
Further discussion from the body? Further discussion? Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank the chairwoman from Judiciary for bringing this forward. I think this is something that's going to help many of my constituents, particularly in the Du Bois area, in the rural area. And I think this is an appropriate compromise to help those individuals. So I want to thank the chairwoman for bringing it forward, and I support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Scott. Senator Scott.
Mr. President.
Can you hear me? You got your hand up?
Yeah.
There you go. Go ahead, Senator.
Mr. President.
There you go.
And I will confess I am at a disadvantage here. I heard the text read, but my computer skills are inadequate, and I do not have a copy of the text in front of me and cannot at this point. So my problem is that I'm having a little difficulty understanding quite all the implications of
You're
it.
having a bad computer day, Senator.
Yeah. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
You're back
Okay.
for a moment.
I'm having difficulty understanding what
Senators.
the implications are. And
Point of order.
Please, Senator Case.
Mr. President, I think it's actually you're the one that's freezing up, believe it or not. I think we're hearing Senator Scott. And so I'm sorry, I don't know why, but Senator Scott does seem to be tracking.
Okay. Senator Scott, are you good?
Yeah.
Do you hear enough of it to vote?
Am
I back on, everyone?
Mr. President. Mr. President, and this is the disadvantage.
Okay, sounds like everybody else hears you. Go ahead, Senator.
This is the disadvantage of a virtual system as opposed to being.
This is the unexpected. Go ahead.
I have no idea what the implication of that language is and how the Public Service Commission would interpret it. I've thought about a couple of the criteria that you have. First, I'd want to make sure it applies just, and I think it does the way it's written, to just the people that are under the new system. Those that are grandfathered under the old system, they made a deal and the power company made a deal with them, and that's.
Could we have the sponsor respond to that? Thank you, Senator Scott. The sponsor.
Point of order.
Please go ahead.
The point of order is that Mr. President, Senator Scott was still speaking, and we are hearing him. He was in the middle of it. Cut him off.
Please proceed, Senator Scott.
Okay. It sounds like that they'll have to see, does the installation help with some of the critical things that run up the fixed cost of the system, like making sure there's adequate for capacity for peaking power needs and whatnot. And if that's what it does, I think it's a good idea. If that's not what it does, or it's not specific enough so the commission can interpret it, then I would have problems with it. And I just can't tell what the reaction to that language is likely to be from the commission side. I think we've got a couple choices. We will have some time and another session if after they try it, they come to us and say it just isn't working. We'll have time before this goes into effect. We could adjust it. There will be an opportunity at House Committee for the Public Service to give testimony on what the consequences of this would be. So we may be safe in adopting it and we may not. I would sure like to hear from those that have more experience with dealing with the Public Service Commission, what they think this will tell them. Mr. President, that's my first time.
Assuming you're finished, let's have, thank you. In Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think we're getting to a good place with this language, but I am very concerned about the word equitable. Certainly the standard for utility rate making is, and Mr. President, you need to mute. The standard for utility rate making is the words just and reasonable. That's a long embodied in law standard. And so if the word, the amendment, the first part talks about shall ensure it reasonably and equitably balances. So if we could maybe think about further refining this to change equitable to just, which is their rate making standard, that they understand that has precedence. The word equitable, I'm not sure about a standard of equitable other than to make it equal, and I'm not sure that's appropriate here. So I know there's lots of legal language about what equitable means, but it's an entire new standard brought into utility rate making. And I think the just and reasonable is good thinking. I agree with the sponsor of the amendment on that. And I think we could further refine and come into something we could all agree on. So, but for right now, as long as the equitable is in there, I think, first off, it's vague and it may, I'm not sure what the implications of how a commission would interpret equitable and what that means. So do they have to have the same rates? Because that's equal. So anyway, it's been mischief in other states when the word equitable is used. And I suggest we probably should defeat the amendment, but if we could come in more around the just and reasonable, I will support the amendment.
Thank you for your first time. Let's gather up all the questions, Senator Nethercott, before we have you respond to Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, for my first time, and I'd like to start off by saying I really appreciate the work that went into this amendment. This goes a long ways towards assuaging the concerns that I expressed yesterday. I had 3 or 4 different issues with this bill that still gives me pause, but honestly, most of the pause is sourced from the sentence. And to help Senator Scott the tall senator from Natrona County, with his understanding of what the amendment does and provide a little flavor for him. The existing sentence, as he'll no doubt recall, includes the system shall prevent subsidization of customer generators compared to other customers of the electric utility. And that's the sentence of concern that is being replaced entirely with, in establishing and maintaining the system, the commission shall ensure it reasonably and equitably balances the interests of customer generators with those of electric utilities and ratepayers to ensure the availability of safe, adequate, and reliable electricity service at just and reasonable rates. Looking at the new language, it provides an opportunity to balance all of the interests of the 3 different groups of stakeholders. Those 3 groups of stakeholders obviously being the customer generators, the electric utilities, and the traditional ratepayers. And the language equitably balance the interests of, to me, sounds perfect. I disagree with my good friend from Fremont County. I love that language. I think that gets right at the heart of the concern that we would otherwise be having if it really is just a matter of making sure that effectively the utilities are well represented, which is, I think, what we traditionally end up seeing, is a good representation by the folks that bring the best lawyers. This gives an opportunity to contemplate a broader sense of an equitable balance of interests of those customer generators, and that goes a long ways to providing me with confidence. I'd certainly be open to other considerations, but Mr. President, this is bringing me to the point where I thought I would be opposing this bill without question. And I feel like as this language is drafted, the process is getting to the point where I think it is a good path forward. So I hope the body will support this amendment. Certainly addresses most of the interests that I've been hearing about. And even if not perfect, it's a long ways better than the existing language. So I thank the good chairwoman of the Judiciary Committee for working on this. Thank you.
Thank you for your first time, Senator. Now, any other comments before we go back to the sponsor? And just a quick clarification, everyone is hearing this? Okay. All right. Any more questions for the sponsors or comments before we go back? Senator Scott.
Mr. President, I want to speak for my second time, and Senator Driscoll was seeking recognition. He hasn't spoken for his first time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, after sitting through a lot of testimony, listening to officer consumers and PSC, I think what this amendment does is effectively muddles the direction to the PSC that's going to make it where it's much tougher for them to make a decision. Fair and equitable in the terms you used is what they use right now. When you go to PSC hearing, you sit at a rate hearing, and that's what their job is. They're to sit there and to make sure that the parties are treated fairly. And, you know, the language that was there probably wasn't perfect, but it's been misconstrued and misquoted of what it actually did. It didn't say anything about taking away subsidy doing it. It says prevent subsidization. And that's exactly what the PSC does. It decides who gets what the rates are. It's that exact same hearing, anybody that's been to one of them. They're there to balance the needs and the interests of a profit-driven utility or a co-op, but usually a utility, to balance that interest to make sure that the ratepayer gets a fair shake and the utility has adequate capital going forward to maintain their business. And I think this amendment actually cripples them to be able to make that done as well. I would encourage us to defeat it and look at a third reading amendment on it potentially. But I don't think this one gets there. And what it actually does is creates a level of enough that these hearings are going to be much tougher for the PSC to rule on. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the effort that went into this amendment, and I think it probably.
Senator Hicks, you have a virtual hand up?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the effort in this amendment, and I think it probably advances. Yeah.
Does somebody have the YouTube feed on?
Folks, we're going to stay at ease and send some. Yeah, we're obviously having some technical problems here. And that's the only answer to that. We'll stand at ease for a moment. We'll get Steph up here to sort out what we got. It's rather difficult to run the program or run the show here. Just kidding for the comments. In a moment. Anybody got YouTube here?
Is anybody playing the YouTube?
What a friggin' mess. There hasn't been a single conversation we have that wasn't broken.
For those of you still listening on the computer and for those in the chambers, they're getting the problem worked out. It is with the original source. Expecting a few more minutes. Thank you. Just a little bit more time. We're getting the problem worked out. All right, folks, everybody work their way back to their computer. Everyone hear me out across the state? Everybody in the chambers can hear me, correct? It's good. Everybody come back on. Charlie, can you hear us? Okay. And just a note of housekeeping for you, Charlie, you were looking for that amendment. A fellow senator sent it to you on your email just so you'd have a chance to read it as well. Okay, if everybody can hear, let's resume. And for those listening, we are on second reading amendment to Senate File 16, and we're in the process of discussion. Let's continue now with Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh,
Mr.
just a moment, Senator Case.
I am not sure that Senator Hicks had spoke for his first time. And so Senator Scott would be speaking for his second.
Second time, so we need to take care of our firsts as well. Senator Hicks,
Yes,
did you say what you wanted to say?
I'm not sure we got it, Mr.
Okay.
I think he did, but it didn't go through.
Senator Hicks, are you listening?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to decline any statements at this time.
Okay. All right. Senator Landon. And then we'll go to you, Senator Scott. Senator Landon, first time.
Thank you. For my first time, Mr. President, I just wanted to throw out my appreciation to the body. Yesterday, I was up in the chair and really appreciated the debate that we had on this bill. And I thought it was reflective of a couple years of work put in by the Corporations Committee. Regardless of the fact that there may have been some people disenchanted with the arrival of the bill this past year, I think we're really on to something with it, and I think it's really commendable work. So I appreciate the Senate. I'm going to support the amendment, Mr. President, because I like the sentiment. I will say that I think it probably deserves another look on third reading because we are insuring to insure. We've got a lot of insuring going on in the amendment, and it could be that we would want the commission to strive for reasonableness and equitable sorts of things, but I think that we can work on that. I would just say that as we worked on this the past 2 years, Mr. President, I don't think it was ever the intention of any of our senators to harm in any way an industry that takes care of putting solar panels on the roofs of our homes. What it really was driven by is that cost shift and that subsidy issue that we talked about so much yesterday. And so with the reservations, I'm going to support this amendment, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Land. Chairman Perkins, and we'll get to you,
Thank you.
Senator Scott, for your second time.
Thank you. For my first time and my only time, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is the problem I'm struggling with in this amendment. And so as people take their second time, if they could help me understand this and how this fits in, I would appreciate it. So reading from the PSC's website, it says the PSC's responsibility is to ensure the public utilities operating in Wyoming provide safe and reliable service to customers at just and reasonable rates. And so, I mean, this is a regulatory agency that is overseeing that's its primary purpose, is to oversee and regulate those public utilities to see that they provide safe and reliable service to customers at just and reasonable rates. And so as I look at the amendment, Mr. President, I see that that now we're adding this balances the interests of customer operators with those electric utilities and ratepayers, and then goes into the purpose. But I don't know what that means, and I don't know how that affects the mission of the PSC. And so are we taking this to where we're just making this unmanageable for the PSC to accomplish this mission in light of their statutory and primary purpose. And I need somebody to help us understand that. Otherwise, I'll be a no unless I understand that this is not going to adversely affect the overall mission of the PSC. So thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Chairman. Okay, anybody else for the first time? We'll go back to Senator Scott for his second time. Senator Scott. There you go.
Mr. President, I'm going to try to approach this on the basis of a couple of, I think, principles of good legislating. I think in general, compromise is something we ought to strive for a good part of the time. I think art of good legislating is often the art of compromise. And Mr. President, I think we're on the trail of getting a workable compromise here. I don't think we've quite got there yet. I think it sounds like there's some real problems in the language. And Mr. President, we're a citizens legislature. And one of the advantages of a citizen legislature is that we often have members with extreme expertise in certain areas. And we're blessed here in having that with the professional expertise and experience of the senior senator from Fremont County. And I think that the thing to do here is on third reading, and it sounds, I hope he's willing to take some of the concepts in this amendment and massage them into language that will tell the PSC what we're after. I would suggest that the just and reasonable language sounds like it might be a good idea, because I think that's something they're used to dealing with, and it means something specific in their world. And I think that some of the language about avoiding or minimizing subsidies, you can compromise that language a bit, but I think that concept needs to be there. And Mr. President, I think if we can work that out on third reading, and then realize that there is a second house here, and that they would have the opportunity to have a committee hearing and hear from the Public Service Commission and make sure we got it right. I think we could develop something that we could go forward with on third reading. Mr. President, I think the better part of wisdom, I don't think this amendment is quite there yet. I think we're on the trail down there. I think that I would agree with my chairman that probably the best course of action is to defeat this amendment at this time, but I think we should be open to an improved amendment on third reading. So, Mr. President, I'm going to vote no on this amendment. I hope I urge the rest of you to do so at the same time, but to be open to an improved version using the expertise that we do have here in the Senate on a third reading.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Further discussion on the amendment to Senate File 16. Okay, back to the sponsor, Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Goodness. Look at all of the panic over the bill. So I think to answer a couple of questions, the good senator for Bates Creek originally asked whether or not the grandfather provision remained in the bill and whether or not the amendment affected that. And the amendment does not address the grandfather provision, so there's that. So going back to the concerns of the bill, the other good senator from Natrona County was very concerned, I think based on the additional concerns that I've heard from both Natrona County senators and the the smartest guy in the room on the subject from Fremont County, that senator, whether or not this adversely affects the standards associated with the Public Service Commission. And as the good senator from Natrona County thoughtfully went, which is where I adopted the language from the PSC's website, which is the just and reasonable rates, which is what the good senator from Fremont County identified as being those terms of art that the PSC uses as its basis to determine fair utility rates, right? Fair also meaning equitable, and you have that definition in law from Black's Law Dictionary currently in your email, which equitable means fair. It's just doesn't mean equal, it means fair. That said, so let's look at the amendment carefully and walk through actually what it says and kind of get rid of some of the bugs. And I would support a third reading amendment. We could strike the word equitable if it's causing so much concern, but I think the rest of the bill or the rest of the amendment addresses all of those concerns. And so maybe it would be easier tomorrow, instead of redoing the wheel, maybe just strike that word equitable tomorrow. But let's walk through carefully what it says. And the amendment states, in establishing and maintaining the system, the commission shall ensure it reasonably and equitably balances the interests. That doesn't mean it's dictating a result. That doesn't mean it's creating a new standard. It's staying for those parties that come before them, where they're having to determine an outcome, they balance the interests, and they do so fairly. Seems reasonable to me. So the interests of customer generators with those of electric utilities and the ratepayers. So we prioritize electric utilities, we prioritize ratepayers, and we prioritize those customer generators. And those are the three primary purposes in this subsection of the net metering statutory section. This isn't the PSC Act, this is the net metering section. So in the net metering section of the law, we are amending the direction to the PSC to fulfill its current mission, of which is not being altered in this amendment, to ensure, and this is taken directly from the website, directly from their statutory mission, to ensure the availability of safe, adequate, and reliable electricity service at just and reasonable rates. So that standard remains. That created so much concern, but we're just telling them, instead of presupposing that a subsidy exists for the prevention of a subsidy, that they just put all of those interested parties on equal levels, equitable, fair levels, evaluate all those interests, and then apply the standard of which they're customarily already legally obligated and historically do, to come up to just and reasonable rates. So that's what the amendment does. However, if it causes, again, more comfort to strike the word equitable for fear of how the lawyers might determine that language as opposed to just or reasonable, I certainly would support an amendment striking that word on third reading, but I'd urge your favorable consideration of the amendment.
And the sponsor has spoken. We're ready for the question. Is that a motion, Senator Cost? Calling for the question. All right. Question being called. All those in favor of the second reading amendment to Senate File 16, please raise your hand. Chief Clerk, have you got a count? Hold them up. Chief Clerk?
Let me count again, Mr. President. I believe I counted 15.
Can you hold your hands up?
Yes, please keep your hands up. $15.
Those opposed? Chief Clerk?
14.
Passed. Amendment is passed. All right. Second reading amendment to Senate File 16 is passed. Next, bill up for consideration or second readings. Senate File 18, Universal Occupational Licensure. Reading clerk, please read the bill in.
Senate File 18, Universal Occupational Licensure, sponsored by corporations.
There are no amendments. Senate File 18, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, is so ordered. Senate File 29, second reading of the Senate File. Chief Clerk.
Senate File 29, Revised Uniform Law on Notarial Acts, sponsored by corporations.
Senate File 29, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate File 32. Chief Clerk.
Senate File 32, Water Permit Notice Requirements, sponsored by appropriations.
There is an amendment. Chief Clerk would, Senator Kinski, would you move the amendment? Please
We
explain
have to read it in.
Read it in. Yes, sorry. Chief Clerk, would you read it in?
Senate File 32, second reading amendment number 1, page 1 after line 8.
Senator Kinski, move the amendment. Explain the amendment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 32 and urge the body's favorable consideration. You will recall yesterday there was some discussion from the senator from the ivory tower about clarifying some language with respect to email being optional. And this amendment does that. It's an amendment to the first committee of the whole amendment. If you happen to have that, the committee of the whole amendment number 1, I've interlineated this amendment into it so that when we're all done, the language of the statute would read as follows. This will save you from juggling a lot of paper. The application shall set forth the name, comma, email address, if any, that's new, if any, and post office address of the applicant. The existing sentence continues. There's a new sentence that's been added that's underlined. This is in the first reading amendment that begins, the application shall also state, and the remaining amendments go into that line. Let me read the line to you as amended. The application shall also state whether the applicant will opt for any notices issued under this article to be delivered only by electronic means, period. Each applicant shall maintain a current post office insert address with the state engineer, and insert shall maintain an email address with the state engineer, insert, if opting for notice only by electronic means under this subsection. So the complete sentence reads, each applicant shall maintain a current post office address with the state engineer and shall maintain an email address with the state engineer if opting for notice only by electronic means under this subsection. That's the amendment, and I appreciate the senator from the ivory tower bringing it to my attention. I think it improves the amendment and improves the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We are on second reading amendment number 2, Senate File 32. Is there discussion? Is there discussion or questions?
Mr. President, this is Senator Rothfuss.
Senator Rothfuss, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to thank the good senator for bringing the amendment that addresses the concerns that I expressed.
Thank you. Any further discussion, comment, questions on the amendment? Is there a question? Call for the question.
Question.
Okay, Senator Case called for the question. All those in favor of second reading amendment to Senate File 32, please raise your hand. Hold them up, please. It's unanimous. Chief Clerk.
$28.
Those opposed. Second reading amendment to Senate File 32 has passed. Next bill up on second reading, Senate File 41. Chief Clerk, read the bill. read the bill, please? Read it in.
Mr. President, did you announce that 32 has been read 2 times?
Oh, okay. Senate File 32, second reading of the Senate file. Now, Chief Clerk.
No,
There
that
are
it's,
no amendments.
I'm
There are
sorry.
no
move-
amendments.
Point of order.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe the chief clerk is requesting that.
Oh,
you
I
go through
apologize. I see what I missed. Okay.
The declaration having been
Yeah.
read two.
Senate File 32, having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objections, it so be ordered. Apologize for that. Now, Senate File 41, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 41, Tax Lien Enforcement Amendments, sponsored by Minerals.
Thank you. There are no amendments. Senate File 41, having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objections, so be ordered. Senate File 54, second
Senate-
reading in the Senate file.
Senate File 54, Statewide Health Information Exchange Codification, sponsored by Labor.
There are no amendments. Senate File 54, having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objections, it so be ordered. That completes our list of second reading files.
Mr. President.
Go
Mr.
ahead,
President,
Senator Kinski. Go ahead.
just a privilege of the floor,
Proceed.
I'm watching you work with 27 other people jumping in to help you, and it occurs to me the last time I worked under that much supervision, it was Thanksgiving. I was 10 years old and I had 4 brothers and 4 sisters all telling me what to do.
Thank you for the observation.
But, it's not easy, but you're doing well and doing it with grace. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And I do appreciate the help along the way. All right, let's move for consideration of bills on general file. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, we're at that order of business for consideration of bills on general file.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate resolve itself into committee of the whole.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried. Senator Case, you're now presiding over the Senate.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The committee of the whole will come to order. The first file for our consideration is Senate File 37. Would the chief clerk please read the file?
Senate File 37, Omnibus Water Bill Planning, an act relating to water development projects, sponsored by Select Water. It was referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations, who returned a recommendation that it do pass. Signing or voting affirmative, Senators Garou, Hicks, Kinski, Perkins, and Steinmetz. Signed, Drew Perkins, Chairman.
Madam
Mr.
Chief Clerk, I think,
President?
oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, it was also referred to Committee Number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, who returned a recommendation that it do pass with the following amendment. Voting aye, Senators Boner, Bouchard, French, Cost, and Wasserberger. Signed, Brian Boner, Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chief Clerk. I'm sorry to jump in the middle of you. I thought you forgot the standing committee, and you didn't. You're always ahead. So you've heard the reading of the file. What is your pleasure, Senator Boner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee authorized to report, do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 37. There's a standing committee amendment. I ask that be read in this time.
Madam Chief Clerk?
Senate File 37, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 5, lines 2 and 3.
Senator Boner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For explanation of the bill, I refer to the senior senator from Park County.
Will he be moving the standing committee amendment?
Mr. Chairman, it's up to you. I was under the impression you would be doing that, but since you're in the chair, I'd leave it to your discretion.
I also spoke to Senator Hicks, Chairman Boner, and he offered to handle that amendment. So,
very good.
And who's the senior senator from Park County?
You don't know?
Well, I'm not that good at it. Senator Cost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With Senate File 37, I'm going to read, we're going to make this a little shorter so that we don't take up so much time and we can move on. I'm going to tell you the projects that are involved. In level 1 projects, which is new development, we have a Hoback River watershed study that takes in counties Sublette, Lincoln, Teton. We have Lander Water Master Plan in Fremont County, Nordic Ranches Water Master Plan in Lincoln County, Upton Water Master Plan in Weston County, Wheatland Water Master Plan in Platte County, Lake Hattie Reservoir Full Utilization Study in Albany County, and the University of Wyoming Water Research Program, which is statewide. Those total up to $1,359,454. In level 2, we have projects new development, Bighorn Regional Transmission in Washakie County, Byron Rural Water Supply in Bighorn County, Gillette Water System Improvements in Campbell County, and Little Snake River Water Supply Phase 2 in Carbon County for a total of $586,000. In level 1 projects rehabilitation, we have Highland ID Master Plan in Sublette County and Lander Ditches Rehabilitation in Fremont County. And just a note, the Lander Ditches Rehabilitation was the amendment that removed that as the discussion we had with the good senator from Lander. There seems to be some, I guess, more needed discussion between the town of Lander and the water rights people. And so until that can be worked out, it was suggested that we remove that from the process for now. That being done, the total there would end up with the approval of the amendment to be $192,000. Going on to level 2 projects, amendments. There is the Laprelle Irrigation District Rehabilitation Phase 2 in Converse County. Laprelle Dam is in jeopardy, and so they've only limited the amount of water that can be held in there. Fontenelle Dam Outworks Infrastructure in Lincoln, Sweetwater counties, Glendale Reservoir Full Utilization Project in Platte County, Clear Creek Storage in Johnson County, and Norwood River Storage, Alkali Creek, and Bighorn and Washakie counties. These have all been on a 3-year time extension, and that's what the amendment is to extend those for 3 years. And then the total of all of the bills comes out to, well, let's see, 1 million, that's altogether, it's all water bills, $24,269,624, but the allocations in this bill is $6,679,454. With that, I stand for any questions, and also if there's any clarity needed from the good man from the Water Development.
Thank you, Senator Cost, and I appreciate it. You know, Park County used to be part of Fremont County, so that's probably why I didn't know you were the senior senator, and I apologize. Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 37. We have that read in?
I believe the amendment has been read in.
Read in. All right. So members of the committee and the Senate, this is Senator Cost, my colleague from Park County, excuse me, had went over. This removes the Lander Ditches project from the Omnibus Water Bill plan. I think he gave a good explanation. I would stand for any other questions on that amendment. If there's no questions, would ask for your favorable consideration.
Okay, discussion on the amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Any senators wish to discuss the amendment? I'm not seeing anybody, so speak up. But the question is whether it's on the Standing Committee amendment to Senate File 37. All those in favor signify by I guess raising your hand. All right, and let's have the opposed. I'm going to treat this like a voice vote. Looks like that amendment carried. Someone could call for division. That would be perfectly acceptable, but we don't have to. If we can get a gist of it, we don't have to go for it. So that amendment has carried. We're back on the bill. Anything else on the bill?
Call for the question.
Anything else? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, could we have a little more explanation on what's going on with LaPrelle? The appropriation, as I read the bill, is being increased to $4,950,000, so just under $5 million. We did a rehabilitation not that long ago, at least recently enough that I remember it, because the dam was at that point at threat of failure. And I can remember a state engineer, I think it was state engineer, not the Water Development Commission chairman, saying that every time he drove down I-25, he looked up the creek for a wall of water. And that got fixed. Did something not take there? Have we got a further problem there? What's the story on what's going on at LaPrelle?
Thank you, Senator Scott. Chairman of the Ag Committee, Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the good senator from Trona County probably has a longer memory than mine. I can look up the exact date, but I want to say that was in the 90s sometime when they last had the significant amount of work on LaPrelle. This is a piece of infrastructure that is about 100 years old, and that in that regard, it's not that different from the infrastructure that failed on a massive scale in Goshen County. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I think that just to make a general point, this is something that we're going to, this is not the end of this discussion, and this infrastructure is getting old, and it's not cheap to replace. So specifically when it comes to LaPrelle, once again, my colleague from Base Creek is correct. They're a risk of a similar catastrophic failure in this instance would not just risk property, it would risk lives, it would risk infrastructure to include I-25, Natural Bridge. Anybody had an opportunity to go and see that beautiful county park would be at risk as well. So long story short, the way I understand it is that they're looking at replacing the dam entirely because it reached the end of its useful life. It is well below its capacity by order of the state engineer due to the risk of catastrophic failure. And it's a situation that needs to be addressed sooner rather than later, because the longer we wait, the worse it gets. I will say that once we move into the construction phase, it's going to be a significant amount of funds, and we're looking at $60 to $80 million, I want to say, in that regard. And most importantly, they're looking at federal funds. There are federal funds available to help out with that cost. Clearly, that's not something that we're going to have the capacity to fund at the state level. This program is moving along. This particular appropriation is for increasing, for going down the planning route. And I can assure you that the Water Development Commission, as well as the local irrigation district, is looking especially to federal grants, which will pay for the lion's share of this replacement. So that's a brief overview of where we're at with LaPrelle. And like I said, I just want to make the point that this is, between this situation and the one in Goshen County, this is an issue which will not be leaving us anytime soon.
Thank you very much, Senator Boner. Any other questions regarding the bill? Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And this is just maybe a question for the chairman of the select committee or the good chairman from Converse County. I was just wondering about the conversation throughout the interim with respect to the levels of funding that we're providing overall. At a time when we're really having to rein in the horses, I just wonder where this lands in terms of where we have been in previous bienniums and or previous fiscal years with respect to how much we're spending on water projects. I know during difficult times back in the 80s, we actually, as a state senate, had to put the brakes on some of the water projects out across. So I'm just curious if there has been any discussion on that front, and where does this stand with where we used to be? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Landon. I see that Senator Hicks would like to answer that question.
Well, Mr. Chairman, and directly to Senator from Natrona County to answer that question. We've put this agency on a glide path of reduction, and not so much a reduction, but what we've done is we've done a cost shift. And you'll remember for the last couple of years, we moved the entire Border Control budget, which is a little over $14 million a year, onto water development to start, and that's been in place for 2 years. So that was a significant reduction in their account to funding by moving that. So what we've, and they, internally within the agency, they've also have 2 vacancies that they have not filled as part of their cost reduction. But the biggest component is we continue to move other agencies that we're funding out of water development accounts. So those have seen a significant reduction in availability for our municipalities and our irrigation districts. So they have been part of the solution. And one of the things that the Select Water Commission specifically asked the commission to do this year is to start to go in preparation for additional future reductions to the program to prioritize the 30-some different programs that they have within the Water Development Commission. They went through that exercise this year. As we see any further need to reduce their budget, they will start to implement those in the coming years if that happens. So hope that addresses the senator from Natrona County's question.
Thank you very much, Senator Hicks. And we're going to let Senator Boner weigh in on that a little bit too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And most of the work has been done through the Select Committee and through the Commission. There was a robust discussion on Committee number 5. I think the particular bill we have before us would to actually create a separate account, a 4th account, if you will, that would be focused on assessing the state of this infrastructure so we don't get taken by surprise, especially like we did in Goshen County. This particular instance was discovered because there's a concern about some rocks actually sliding off and hitting the dam. They happened to find this this issue almost by accident. And so we were attempting to get some more funds to do a more thorough examination of this infrastructure so we're not taken by surprise. Unfortunately, that bill didn't make it out of committee, and there's a pretty strong instance, and I think that on our side there's a good support for it, but there's a very strong opposition on the other chamber that everything's just fine, and you know, we're going to continue to go down the path that we're on, and we don't want to overreact. So having never served on the Select Water Committee, at this point I can only trust that they're doing their best. I know that they are, but absolutely, I still maintain personally that we should be doing more as a legislature to provide some leadership.
Thank you, Senator Boner. Any other discussion on the bill? Any other discussion on the bill? I'm not seeing any. So the question before you is Senator Boner's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report that it do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 37. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed. I think the Senate File 37 has passed Committee of the Whole. Senator Hicks, would you take Committee of the Whole for the next 2 bills, please? And Madam Chief Clerk, could you read in Senate File 45?
Senate File 45, monthly ad valorem tax revisions, an act relating to ad valorem taxation of mineral production, sponsored by Revenue. It was referred to Revenue, who returned a recommendation that it do pass amended. Voting ayes, Senators Baldwin, Case, James Pappas, and Schuler. Signed, Senator Case, Chairman. It was re-referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations, who returned a recommendation that it do pass. Voting aye, Senators Garou, Hicks, Kinsky, Perkins, and Steinmetz. Signed, Drew Perkins, Chairman.
You're muted, sir.
There is a standing committee amendment. We have that read in at this time.
Senate File 45, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 5.
You've heard the reading of the bill, which with pleasure, Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think technically we probably should have had the motion on the bill first before we read in the standing committee amendment because we couldn't have proceeded, but we're going to work this all out. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 45, monthly ad valorem tax revisions. And I would also at this time, since it's already been read in, give me a little leeway, I would move the standing committee amendment to Senate File 45. And Mr. Chairman, what this is, today's going to be deja vu all over again, and the next bill is deja vu all over again. And I beg your indulgence, but as you recall, last year we began the transition to monthly payments of ad valorem for our mineral partners that are so important to this state, the companies that produce the minerals, that have built the schools and provided everyone in Wyoming with the most amazing level of services. And as you know, Mr. Chairman, there has been concerns about upheavals, particularly in the coal industry, and the fact that the ad valorem tax, which is the same as the property tax, you can all think of it as being the same as your property tax that you have on your home. It's the mineral equivalent of that. And it's collected on a basis that's very similar to the taxes on your home. For example, I think I made my tax payment in November on my house. That was the first of 2 payments. The next one's due next May. But that's actually based on a value of my house from 2019 that relates to a mill levy established by the county commissioners sometime this summer, and then an assessment notice that was sent out. And when I said this summer, I meant last summer. That was set out, I believe, in September by my county assessor. And so when I finally pay up on those 2019 taxes in May, I make my second payment, you can see there's been quite a delay in collection of the money. Now, my house isn't going away. I'm not going away. That's not a problem. If you're worried, though, about your taxpayer going away, then that could be a problem. So years and years ago, we had the same situation with respect to severance taxes, Mr. Chairman, and we went to a monthly collection of severance taxes. The transition that was undertaken by the legislature at that time was pretty simple. We forgave an entire year of severance taxes to put the taxpayers on a monthly basis of collecting taxes. We could do the same thing now, but we'd lose an entire year of income that's due to the state. So what we've tried to do is to figure out a transition mechanism that will move us from that mechanism that's in place now, that's similar to your houses, to a monthly payment, which is very similar. It'll be identical in the end to how we pay severance taxes. So here we go. We spent a lot of time on it last year. As you recall, we developed a bill. We had a model. Do you remember it? It basically added 1 month's payment each year, so that after a number of years, you got most of the stuff on a monthly basis. And we did that with a piece of legislation last year, but that was actually in our session laws. It wasn't a codified piece of law. And so all that Senate File 45 is attempting to do is to codify what we did with session law last time. Now, there is an amendment that does make a real change. It's minor, but so all we're doing with this bill is to codify what we actually passed last year. Now, the amendment has been moved, and the amendment was brought I think both by our Department of Revenue and the counties, and it changes. If you looked at page 3 of the bill, and this is all this elaborate sliding schedule where you pick up a month every year, but page 3 of the bill, you can see that the bill had been proceeded with the counties collecting the taxes at first, and then the Department of Revenue collecting the taxes, beginning on lines 11 through 13, page 3. And you can see that it says, for the ad valorem tax on mineral production from calendar year 2020, payments shall be due to the department, where all the previous language was payment was due to the counties. Well, everyone decided that the counties should continue to do this farther into the transition, and it moves the period when the department collects it out, so that all this amendment does, the first part of the amendment, is change the word department to counties on line 13, page 3. Now, the department still gets it in the end. It comes in farther in the bill, which matches, of course, our session laws last year. Then the section 3 that you see in the amendment, and section 3s are uncodified. This is also a placeholder for an appropriation. This is going to cost money for our department to transition. They're not set up to collect these taxes. And so this is a placeholder so we can start talking about getting our department to have an appropriation and be able to fund. We took it to appropriations. They loved the $1, so we left it at that. I was hoping we get better estimates perhaps from the department about what it's going to cost. I've heard that this is going to be a significant amount of money and that it could be in the $1 million range. It doesn't happen right away, and we've got more time with the other house and probably later on in our next session as well. So with that, I would ask for favorable consideration of both the amendment and then later the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions, but this is just codifying in law what we did last year. And the reason we need to codify it in law is if a mineral producer around the country is looking at what their taxes are owed in Wyoming and they go to the law books, it's not there. It's in our session law, and we need to fix that. Now, with a little leeway from the chair, what we do with the next bill is we actually have a slightly different system for accomplishing that is turning out to be the most agreed upon way to do it. But the trouble is, if that bill, which is Senate File 60, and I don't mean to dwell too much on it, if that were not to pass, we're still stuck with the session laws on the books. So we sort of need to move both bills along, and then at the very end is we'll probably drop this one out of the mix. With that, answer any questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much.
You've heard the motion on the standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 45. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. We're back on the bill. Is there any further discussion? No discussion, question being called. All those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed, same sign. Chief Clerk, look to me to be unanimous. What did you have for?
I had 22 ayes and I had 0 no.
Okay. That bill passes. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 60. Senator Case for an explanation of the bill.
Shall we have it read in first, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Chief Clerk, could we have that read in?
Senate File 60, monthly ad valorem tax revisions 2, an act relating to ad valorem taxation of mineral production, sponsored by Revenue. It was referred to Revenue Committee number 3 that returned a recommendation that it do pass amended. Voting aye, Senator Baldwin, Case, James, Pappas, and Schuler. Signed, Senator Case, Chairman. It was re-referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations, who returned a recommendation that it do pass. Voting aye, Senators Guru, Hicks, Kinski, Perkins, and Steinmetz. Signed, Drew Perkins, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Senator Pace?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, that it do so with a do pass recommendation on Senate File 60. There is a standing committee amendment, and I'd ask that it be read in at this time.
Senate File 60, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 7.
So I'm suddenly panicking. Mr. Chairman, I would move the standing committee amendment to Senate File 60, and I can see that I have printed out the Committee of the Whole amendment, but I don't have the standing committee amendment handy. But let's talk about the bill first, and I will straighten this thing out. Mr. Chairman, this is kind of the product of the thinking of all the parties in the interim. The Revenue Committee, took up monthly payments to try to dust off and make sure that we had come up with something good last time. And that's the alternative we just talked about there before. But yes, so now, Mr. Chairman, there was some good thinking done by the folks that addressed the Revenue Committee, both the counties, our mineral partners, the Department of Revenue. And this is kind of an alternative approach. And this one is a little bit more straightforward. It's a bit simpler in the end. It doesn't have quite that clunky transition that we all thought was so great last year. And it achieves it in a bit of a straightforward manner. And Mr. Chairman, what this essentially does is move us to monthly payments fairly directly, Mr. Chairman. And then it's monthly payments of the current amounts. And then it has a phase in to catch up with what's not being collected monthly. And so within that phase in, it creates a cash flow problem for our counties. And that's a big part of this bill in that, if the taxes don't come in like they came before and all of a sudden, you start getting the monthly payments of the current year, but yet you're trying to catch up on the year that's, in limbo, the limbo year, I guess we could call it. Mr. Chairman, it creates a problem, especially in the first half of the time period of collecting, where you got monthly receipts coming in. The other one is on a transition basis. And so this is a lot about transition. So, Mr. Chairman, let me just help you with a little bit. Remember that our counties, when they collect property tax, and ad valorem is a property tax, and how that's distributed, it doesn't just go to the counties. They do a lot of work to collect for lots and lots of subdivisions of the state of Wyoming, including cities, school districts, special districts, college districts. You get the gist. So mostly county treasurers, they collect taxes for all of these things, and they have to, make sure the money gets out to all those things. So the bill is a lot about making sure that they can still do that. And the essence of this bill is it leaves it within the county treasurers. And we have a easy way to transition. So what the bill actually proposes, Mr. Chairman, is that we create a fund within the Treasurer's Office of the state of Wyoming to help the counties with this transition. And in essence, it's a $40 million that's put away to allow them to be able to receive loans from the Treasurer's Office to be able to deal with the cash flow situations. Now, this is important because all these entities have to receive their money, and the counties aren't going to get as much money at first until this is all implemented. We had a lot of discussion about how much money was going to be needed for the transition, and the amounts varied all across the map, actually. And finally, staff really worked hard to try to get good estimates, and we came in at maybe it's 40 million, but I'll tell you, within that 40 million, most of that is actually payments that go to schools. So you'll probably see possibly a subsequent amendment that's going to actually reduce the amount of the loanable funds to, because we handle the school shortages through our legislative LSRA. Basically, we can make transfers from there. So I think you'll see that as a reduction. But Mr. Chairman, I think that probably the real gist of the bill is really going to be on page 2. And this is the new language which says, notwithstanding subsections A and B of this section, and except as otherwise provided, monthly ad valorem tax payments shall first be due under this section beginning with production on January 1st, 2022. We're going to start it then. The ad valorem tax on mineral production from calendar years 2020 and 2021 shall be paid as provided in this subsection. The total amount tax due under the subsection shall be calculated by the department and the applicable counties. The taxpayer shall make an additional payment on December 1st of each year beginning in 2023 equal to 8% of the total amount calculated under this subsection until the total amount has been paid. That's to get the transition that we're talking about. 8% is basically 1 month per year. That's the way that works out. Timely payments made in accordance with the subsection shall not be subject to penalties and interest. And if a taxpayer fails to make timely payments under this subsection, all applicable penalties and interest shall be calculated from the date the tax would have been paid if monthly payments began in January 1st, 2020. That's basically the bill. Now there is, at your leave, I'm happy to answer any questions. We've already talked about section 3, and I know I stretched the truth a little bit, I think, when I said that it was a $40 million fund. It is a $40 million fund, but that comes about in the standing committee amendment. As you see your bill, it says $10 million to help with the cash flow. So probably was a little bit out of line, but I did move the standing committee amendment, so I think it's acceptable that I've mentioned that. Mr. Chairman, that's the gist of it. And if I got the, hold on. The standing committee amendment is fairly extensive, and I can go into it. These are all suggested by either the taxpayers or our county governments. So should I go ahead with the standing committee amendment?
Go ahead, Senator Case.
Okay. So the standing committee amendment is, of course, standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 60. You can see in here we've got all the things that we came up with in the committee meeting we held before the session. And so we have more than one appropriation. That's subjects of lines 1 and 2. And there's some renumbering there. There was lines 9 through 16 of page 1 of the amendment. This was a suggestion from our mineral producers in Wyoming to have further clarification of the payment schedule. So here it is. 50% of taxes due for the production from calendar year 2020 shall be paid to the counties on or before November 5th, 2021. That should sound very familiar because that's like the way you pay on your houses. The remaining taxes due for production from calendar year 2020 and all taxes due from production in 2021 shall be as provided in the schedule as we begin to go towards the monthly version. Page 2, line 9, we delete tax and we insert 2020 and 2021 remaining taxes. To be clear that that's the taxes we're talking about. You can see that in lines 23 and 24, that's the subject of the $10 million fund, which is increased with the standing committee amendment to $40 million. And you can see there's some language about how the treasurer makes these loans. So page 3, line 9, this is the state treasurer, of course. Insert consistent with the schedule for the payment of remaining taxes, so that you can have a loan and a repayment schedule that matches the taxes that the county is going to receive. And all we're trying to do is help them with the cash flow, and it's matched up to the taxes that will be coming in. And here's, you can see that page 30 and 32, there was concern that the state wouldn't have a sure guarantee. This says that those loans are guaranteed by those taxes. Finally, you can see lines 36 to section 4. This is the appropriation. There is appropriated $1 from the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account to the Department of Revenue for the cost of implementing this act. And Mr. Chairman, the Department of Revenue stated that the implementation of this version will be a lot less expensive than the implementation of the bill we talked about previously. And so that's the amendment. I'd call for the question, or happy to answer any questions.
Any questions on Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 60?
Call for the question then, Mr. Chairman.
There's no questions. All those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment 1 to Senate File 60, raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. Amendment passed. Senator Case, would you like to dispose of the Committee of the Whole amendment now?
Yes, if we could have that read in, Mr. Chairman.
Senate File 60, Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, page 1, line 5.
Mr. Chairman, I would move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 60. Mr. Chairman, this is more further refinement of things that came up as a basis of a workshop that we held subsequent to our standing committee meeting. And the workshop was an informal workshop. We did notice the public, and there were many, many participants. And we thought we need to go through this one more time to see if there's anything we missed. And these were some things that came out of there that I'm offering with my name on the amendment. I believe there's unanimity on the stakeholders as to this amendment. I'm pretty sure the counties are on board and our mineral partners. So, Mr. Chairman, a lot of this is just kind of some clarification. We're bringing in the distribution statute to make it clear that the Department of Revenue actually has to distribute the taxes as they're collected. So that's part of the reason it's in here. And so that's why we brought in language 3913-111. And there's a further refinement to the Standing Committee amendment that we had before, but you can see lines 13 through 16. Taxes collected pursuant shall be distributed as provided in this section, comma, new language, including taxes collected. So he has to, the Department of Revenue has to distribute according to the basis of them being collected. You can see on lines 24 and 25, this directs the Department of Revenue to actually make the distributions monthly. I'm sure that maybe this isn't really even necessary, but the old language said on line 24, distribute the payments promptly in the course of ordinary business. The counties were very concerned and wanted this to actually say monthly as the collection is. Department of Revenue was okay with that. Everybody liked that. Then there was a reworking of the to try to achieve some clarity about this previous part of the amendment where 50% is due and then the other 50%. So the new language that everybody seems to have come to agree on is, and I'm reading from lines 32 to 42 of the amendment, 50% of the taxes due for production from calendar year 2020 shall be due on or after September 1st, 2021, and payable to the counties on or after November 10th, 2021. Unless the entire tax due for production from calendar year 2020 is paid by December 31st, 2021, the remaining 50% of the taxes due for production from calendar year 2020 and all taxes due for the production in calendar year 2021 shall be paid as provided in the subsection. Now, the real difference that's in there is it allows mineral companies to go ahead and pay the entire taxes. Some of you do that on your house, right? You pay it all before the end of the year and you don't follow the payment schedule. Some mineral companies do the same thing, and that wasn't clear in the amendment that we had before. This further refines that, and Mr. Chairman, that is the Committee of the Whole amendment.
Any discussion on Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 60. Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to comment as a past county commissioner, just to the references to the issue we're dealing with here. It is definitely needed, and it's definitely the right thing to do. And I want to give my thanks to the good senator from the Sinks Canyon on all the hard work that's went into this, and thank him for the outcome. And I will support this. Thank you for my chance to comment.
Members, any more comment on Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 60? No more comment. All those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. We're back on the bill.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, you know, the Senate has always had more county commissioners than any county. And I'm grateful to know that these folks are looking over the shoulder on this, and I really appreciate it. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any more discussion? No more discussion. All those in favor of Senator Case's motion when the Committee of the Whole rise and report that it do so with a favorable recommendation on Senate File 60, raise your hand. Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Chief Clerk, could you give us the tally on that?
It was unanimous.
Unanimous. Senate File 60 is passed the whole. Senate File 60 is passed the Committee of the Whole. Would you read in the next bill for our consideration? And I will turn this back over to Senator Case.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. You did a great job. Madam Chief Clerk, the next file for our consideration is Senate File 57.
Senate File 57, School Finance Dates for Fund Transfers, an act relating to school finance sponsored by Education. It was referred to Education that returned a recommendation that it do pass. Voting aye, Senators Beitman, Ellis, Rothfuss, Salazar, and Scott. Signed, Charles Scott, Chairman.
Charles Scott, Chairman. You've heard the reading of the file. What is your pleasure, Senator Charles Scott, Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, I move from the Committee of the Whole rise and report that it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 57 do pass. And Mr. Chairman, I yield to Senator Ellis for an explanation of the Senate file.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little rusty. Has that bill been written?
Yes, it has.
Okay, thank you. Senators, before you have, building on the last discussion we had about the collection of monthly ad valorem taxes, the good senator from Fremont County did a good job explaining the history of how ad valorem monthly collection is in the process of being in a transition period. But during the interim, LSO and various stakeholders in the education community identified a potential problem as we work through the transition with how revenue flows to the school foundation program account that's collected from that monthly tax collection. So what this bill seeks to do, Mr. Chairman, is, right now we have a system that equalizes how those revenues flow to various districts. And so they're called recapture payments. If your county is, experiencing more wealth, either through revenue wealth, those dollars all flow into the school foundation program account where they're equalized. But because of the transition and the dates changing, there might be some potential cash flow issues down the road. So if you look at this bill, it would amend some of the dates that are currently in statute of when those payments need to be made. And it also allows some flexibility as we move to the final payment under that transition to allow the payment, instead of being made the second Monday of each month, which is currently when it's paid, to on June 2nd or the last business day immediately preceding June 2nd, or excuse me, June 20th of each year. And so just for your knowledge, right now property taxes are currently paid twice a year, but because of the transition, the recommendation is to move some of those dates from June 15th to 25th. So this was brought to us by various stakeholders. We discussed it in the interim, and it's a cleanup bill. I'd urge your consideration. If you have any questions, I have also emailed all of you a copy of a memo that we received in Joint Education explaining the bill further.
Thank you very much, Senator Ellis. Any discussion? Any discussion? I'm not seeing anybody speak up. So I'm not seeing, oh, Senator Hicks. You're muted, sir.
So, Mr. Chairman, question on this is we took quite a bit of testimony through the school recalibration process. One of the issues was just the financing of the schools and the timing of the payments. One of the discussions was the need for larger cash reserves to be able to balance that out. As a result of this bill, is that going to make it easier for those schools to meet their annual obligations without having to have those large reserves to basically balance out the distributions?
Thank you, Senator Hicks. Senator Ellis.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know the answer to that question. We did not get into that level of detail. Maybe a colleague from education can help.
Thank you, Senator Ellis. Anybody want to bail in? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Short answer to my good friend from Carbon County is no. It won't make any difference, neither good nor bad. Just a small number of days difference to provide appropriate transactions, but really doesn't change the overall cash flow.
Thank you, Senator Rothfuss. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Speak up. Okay, I'm not seeing any further discussion. So the question is on Senator Scott's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report that it do so with a do pass recommendation on Senate File 57. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed, raise your hand. Senate File 57 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next file for our consideration is Senate File 43. Would the Chief Clerk please read the file?
Senate File 43, Wyoming Energy Authority Amendments, an act relating to Wyoming Energy Authority. Sponsored by Minerals. Minerals returned a recommendation to the Senate that it do pass. Voting aye, Senators Beitman, Cooper, Rothfuss, and Wasserberger, absent Senator Anderson. Signed, Bo Beitman, acting chairman.
Okay, I see Senator Wasserberger has his hand up. You're muted, Senator Wasserberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, do so with the favorable recommendation that Senate File 43, Wyoming Energy Authority amendments do pass, and I would yield to the floor manager, which is the senator from Campbell County. That would be me, and so I will walk you through this bill. Senate File 43 addresses an unintended consequence of merging the Pipeline Authority and the Infrastructure Authority under one umbrella of the Wyoming Energy Authority. Remember, we did that a year ago, and by merging these two authorities, non-energy minerals have been left out without a state entity to provide technical expertise and assistance with projects. So essentially what this bill is going to do is bring in rare minerals as a definition and allow the Wyoming Energy Authority to advise and give expertise. Senate File 43 broadens the jurisdiction of the Wyoming Energy Authority to include minerals, critical materials, and rare earth minerals. The Toronto industry and the Wyoming industry and the Wyoming mining industry brought this request forward during the interim and worked with the Minerals Committee and the Wyoming Energy Authority to develop the definitions found on page 2 of the bill. So if you turn to page 2 on lines 10 through 19, you will see those, that language that defines critical material, and then also rare earth minerals at line 15, which means a metallic element of the lanthanide series of the periodic table, scandium, yttrium, and any other metallic element with similar physical and chemical properties to any other element specified in this paragraph. So essentially, you have two new definitions for the Wyoming Energy Authority. Continuing on with the bill on page 3, at line 2, you will see that it requires the Wyoming Energy Authority to support efforts to maintain and expand the rare earth minerals industry, the critical materials industry, the trona industry, and other mineral industries in Wyoming, and to maintain and expand the production of products and materials using rare earth minerals, critical materials, trona, and other minerals. And so at the bottom of page 3, it gives the Energy Authority's bonding authority is expanded to now include projects related to trona, rare earths, critical materials, and other minerals located in Wyoming. As a reminder, these bonds are not backed by the full faith and credit of the state. Over the interim, the Joint Minerals Committee heard testimony on planned expansion projects and significant investment by our trona industry, but also the potential for rare earth projects in multiple counties. And I will read to you, according to our Wyoming State geologist, there are a number of projects that are out there that very well could be.
You're frozen up.
Mr. Chairman?
Pardon, is it me?
Chairman Case, you froze up if there was a problem. He's coming through clearly.
Okay, I apologize. Go ahead, Senator Wasserberg. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I see icicles on your mustache.
Not the first time.
Okay, we're back on the bill. This is such an exciting bill, but this is actually kind of neat stuff. We have, our Wyoming State Geologist said that we have significant rare earth minerals throughout Wyoming, and possibly the biggest one and the most promising is in the good senator from Crook County's district, which is called the Bear Lodge deposit, and it is heavy with rare earth minerals. There's also the Grass Creek area in Bighorn County, and then the School of Energy Resources in Kimmerer coal mine for cobalt, and then also the Central Laramie Range in Albany County, which has significant rare earth minerals and elements. And so I believe that rare earth minerals are actually used mostly for a woodworking guy like myself in batteries. And so if you have a screw gun, your batteries run off that, and also cars and things like that. So pretty neat stuff. And so the capital expansions and investments in the production of Wyoming's natural soda ash will require billions of dollars in financing to become a reality. And so that's the reason for allowing them to bond. The size of investments being considered means that the companies will need to consider multiple options to obtain financing. And the Wyoming Energy Authority currently has the authority in Title 37, Article 6, to work with the companies to help obtain financing for energy projects and bonding. So Senate File 43 expands the existing process so our non-energy mineral sectors have the same advantages that have been available to the energy producers for decades. And so it just brings in the rare earth minerals and also the soda industry under the Wyoming Energy Authority. And so nothing but positive, I think, is in this bill, and I would ask for your favorable support. There's no standing committee amendments. And so, Mr. Chairman, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Senator Wasserberg. Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll take the platform. I'll try to make this question somewhere near the end. This really, folks, is a critical bill. If you're looking at a TV screen now, you're looking at rare earths. They're all produced in China, basically. We've got one little deposit. Wyoming has the best deposit in the world, and it's probably the next best thing to our energy world that we've lived in is rare earths and helping them have the ability to develop those reserves, create jobs and money for the state of Wyoming. And with that, I would ask, isn't that a great thing for Wyoming? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Driscoll. Well played. Senator Wasserberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I misspoke. The Grass Creek project is not in Bighorn County. It is actually in Hot Springs County.
It used to be part of Fremont County, if you want to know. Who else would like to talk about the bill? Anybody else? Anybody else? I'm not seeing anything. So the question is, who's that? Senator Wasserberger.
I call the question.
You got it. The question is on Senator Wasserberger's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with a do pass recommendation on Senate File 43. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, put your hands down, and all those opposed, raise your hand. Senate File 43 has passed committee of the whole.
Mr. Chairman?
Who is that?
Senator
Perkins, welcome.
Bridge to the floor?
Yes, absolutely.
I was just going to ask you a question. Didn't Fremont County used to be part of Sweetwater County?
We don't bring that up in Fremont County, Mr. Chairman. Sweetwater County used to go all the way to Montana, but they realized it was kind of a mistake, so they carved off the best parts of it and gave it to Fremont County. Thank you, Mr. Former President. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 21. Would Madam Chief Clerk please read the file? It's judicial review of agency actions permissible venues.
Senate File 21, judicial review of agency actions permissible revenues, sponsored by Judiciary. It was referred to Judiciary, which returned a recommendation that it do pass. Voting aye, Senators Cooper, French, Kolb, Cost, and Nethercott, signed Tara Nethercott, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chief Clerk. It seems like the equitable thing to do would be to hear from our Judiciary Committee Chairman, Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It certainly would be equitable. And speaking of those Sweetwater County commissioners, I do have an affinity for former commissioners because they were the ones who did, in fact, appoint Esther Hobart Morris as the first justice of the peace in the world. So pretty remarkable action of equity by Sweetwater County commissioners and former commissioners in general, of which I have 2 on my committee. Here's to the #1 committee. With that, good senators, I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the do pass recommendation of Senate File 21 to bring forth this cool little bill that is a product of our interim work associated with the topic of Supreme Court opinion updates. I have the good Senator Cooper to explain the bill.
Thank you, Senator Nethercott. Senator Cooper.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chairman. This bill comes forward as a recommendation from the Supreme Court that this required legislative action. The source of it was an injury for a gentleman up in I believe it was Campbell County. He was injured on the job site, and his claim by workman's compensation was denied. In the review process, his claim was filed for the review in Campbell County, but the statutes require that it be filed in the district court where he actually lives, and in the county in which he lives and resides. So his claim was denied on review, and that brought forward this piece of legislation here as per the Supreme Court. It's a pretty straightforward amendment to WS 16-3-114. And the issue on it is on page 2, lines 4 through 6. There's a language added that says in the that the judicial review in the district court for the county in which the injury or harm for which the relief is sought occurred that's inserted into the language of the original statute. So it's not a lot of language. It's pretty straightforward. Section 2 refers to when it will apply to, and that's on or after the effective date of this act. This act is in effect July 1st. So that's the whole bill as it stands before us today, and that's what I have to offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cooper. Questions for Senator Cooper? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a question on this. What happens if this provision, if it's enacted, could cause undue economic injury to a person? So let me explain. So you have something in Crook County where you're working and you have an accident, but you reside in, let's say, Uena County, some 350 miles away, and you're going to have to travel back and forth for court proceedings. Was that considered when we looked at this to see if that places an undue burden on the claimant associated with this action?
Thank you, Senator Hicks. I see Senator Chairman Nethercott's got her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A great question. This bill only relates to judicial review of agency action. So it's only matters essentially on appeal from the Office of Administrative Hearings. And so there would be no requirement for the litigants to appear for depositions or other type of hearings. It really is the location for the filing of appellate briefs from contested case hearings. And so this particular provision would be consistent with other areas of law, allowing for essentially kind of a choice of venue based on those issues that you've identified for where an appeal can be given. So commonly it requires that only appeals from those type of contested case hearings gets filed where the agency is located, which most commonly is here in Laramie County. And so this would expand the ability for that appellant to be able to file in the district court where the appellant is located. But there would be no litigation to address your concerns of undue burdens. It's simply the filing of briefs, quite primarily by attorneys, to a district court judge.
Senator Hicks, follow up.
Yeah, just to follow up, I'm assuming that's between the district court judges, and that at some point in time, this may have the effect of spreading some of that workload out. Could you just give me the background on that a little bit, please?
Chairman Nethercott.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. Senator Scott, I do think also had a question. I don't know, I can manage them both potentially.
Senator Scott, we're calling on you and your meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I temporarily had difficulty hearing. Mr. Chairman, my question is, are we getting a risk of the evil of venue shopping, where people go seek review in a place where the judge is known to be favorable to their particular position? That's been a major problem, I know, in the federal system. Are we introducing multiple venues here where you can get the evil of venue shopping, seeking for a friendly judge?
Thank you, Senator Scott. I'm not seeing anything else, Senator Nethercott. Why don't you take it home?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, there's really no ability to do venue shopping. It is limited to the district court where the injury may have occurred or where the agency resides. And so there is kind of a choice, but litigants do have a choice sometimes if an accident occurs in another location. So in the scenario that the good senator from Baggs pointed out, say someone gets injured in the next county, but they reside in another county, there is a choice of forum there, and it really is based on judicial economy and resources. You know, our district court judges really don't vary greatly in providing political opinions. And so I'm not aware of that particular concern being profound, but it is limited in scope to the location where the petitioner may be who is subject to judicial review. And I think that's a fair limitation. I think the greater harm is not in passing this legislation, which is the whole reason why it's in front of us today, where a case was dismissed on its merits because it was filed in the wrong county, and justice was not allowed to be administered because it was filed in the wrong county court, as opposed, it was filed in Campbell County instead of in Laramie County. And that didn't seem to serve the interests of the people of Wyoming in a way that was meaningful. And so this expands that ability for the courts. Just because of an improper filing of an appeal in one court does not obviate justice or skirt its purposes, where in all other types of cases that petitioner would be allowed to sue or file any kind of cause of action as a result of them living in that district court, in that judicial district. So this kind of fills that gap, effectuating justice. So very important, I think, that the bill passes to help prevent further, I think, cases not being decided on their merits, which is not what we want. Regarding judicial workload, certainly that helps reduce the number of appeals that our Laramie County District Court judges may receive. There's certainly a high volume of cases already in Laramie County, but I do think it can help reduce some of that or spread out that workload for those district court judges. I also know that they frequently enjoy doing some appellate work and reviewing just those briefs. And so I think that helps increase those skill sets along the judicial bar and that workload satisfaction. So I do think that's an unintended positive result, but I don't think it will have a significant influence on workload ultimately.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Senator. Further questions? Further questions? I think Senator Cooper, go ahead.
I'd like to thank Madam Chairman for that eloquent explanation, and I apologize for the deer in the headlights look when the first question was asked by the gentleman from the Snake River. This is a long ways for a poor old sheep herder from the Knollwood Valley to come and have the honor to sit in this hall. And I'm very appreciative of the opportunity to speak here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator, and we welcome you. And being a member of the Senate is a lot like herding sheep, so you'll fit right in. Anybody else? Anybody else? Any other discussion? So are you ready for the question? The question is on Senator Nethercott's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a do pass recommendation on Senate File 21. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, put them down. All opposed, raise your hand. That has carried. So Senate File 21 is passed committee of the whole. The next file for our consideration, Senator Hicks.
Could I have privilege of the floor?
You certainly may.
Mr. Chairman, I was just wondering if the majority floor leader has scheduled the time to shear and brand the new sheep in the flock.
Chairman.
Senator Driscoll, Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
We're good at what we're doing. They're already branded. They just don't know it yet. The shearing's yet to come.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Landon, did you have something for the good of the order?
Well, just quick privilege of the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to, since we're not there in person, we normally have an opportunity to slip a note or at least go over and pat somebody on the back. Just want to congratulate the good senator from Tent Sleep for a great presentation on his first bill.
Concur.
Here, here.
Okay, everybody. I think did we have it read in the next file, which is Senate File 26? Were you going to, or did I? The next file for our consideration is Senate File 26. Would the chief clerk please read the file?
Senate File 26, Animal Abuse Statutes Reorganization and Update, an act relating to animal abuse crimes, sponsored by Agriculture. It was referred to the Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources Committee that returned a recommendation that it do pass. Voting aye, Senators Boner, Bouchard, French, Cost, and Wasserberger. Signed, Brian Boner, Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chief Clerk. Does anybody find any irony in that we're taking up this bill after discussing sheep on the floor of the Senate? You've heard the reading of the file. What is your pleasure, Senator Boner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just point out as a sheep herder also, it's a little cold to be sharing sheep, but we'll get to that perhaps in March. So with that being said, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee of the whole rises and reports that do so with a favorable recommendation on Senate File 26. There are no standing committee amendments, and I will go ahead and take this bill if that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, one of the topics that we had with the Joint Ag Committee over the interim was animal abuse. We have a few, well, two bills that we have on this topic, and just at the outset, I can make some general comments. If you open up this bill and see that there's some Title VI in there and that makes you nervous that committee number 5 was taking that on, hopefully it'll make you feel better that I was fairly nervous as well. We had good input, both from our public defender, from the Sheridan County attorney, and also had some good work from our LSO staff. So I hope the body is patient with the sheep herder as he goes through these two bills, and certainly look forward to any input the members may have. Now, this first Senate File 26, is mostly reorganizing the statute. We had some comments that right now it's in all these animal abuse statutes are in 6-3-203. It is kind of cobbled together, I get the impression. And so what most of this does is it reorganizes and it arranges the offenses in sequential order of increasingly seriousness from animal abuse to aggravated animal abuse to felony animal abuse. Now, there are some substantive modifications as well, and I'll be sure to highlight those, some more substantive than others, but we'll just go through the bill, Mr. Chairman, and I will highlight all the differences that we made other than simply taking these offenses and taking them from 203 and moving them into new sections 1001 through 1010. So getting into the bill, Mr. Chairman, like I said, just going over the substantive changes. The first one on the bottom of page 3, when we're talking about cruelty to animals. We added the language starting on line 21, which says, which manifests extreme indifference to animals' safety, health, or life. This language is taken from, it's basically standardizing language from it's also used in 6-2-502. And so it's merely intended to bring uniformity to various acts which result in the offense of cruelty. And so since we did that, if you go on to page 4, in both paragraphs A and B, the language in paragraph A used to read, unnecessarily fails to provide it with proper food. And B used to read, cruelly abandons the animal. So we removed those two modifiers as a result of the additional language on the bottom of page 3. So we are hoping that does not have a massive effect, but that is a change in the language I would like to highlight to the committee of the whole. Moving on, you can see the I guess more logical sequencing going up to aggravated misdemeanors. On the bottom of page 6, we removed the word high misdemeanor. It's my understanding that does not necessarily have a whole lot of meaning. So we went ahead and removed the word high misdemeanor, just misdemeanor. But the first really substantive change, Mr. Chairman, is on the top of page 7, where we're talking about subsequent offenses. As it stands now, there's no time limit. So you can be found guilty of animal abuse 50 years ago. And if you have a second conviction, that would trigger this higher fine, basically, as we have it, of $5,000. So we put a 5-year time limit on that. It's my understanding that would be relatively consistent with other parts of our statute, but really want to highlight is probably the most substantive change, and would certainly love any input on whether that 5-year time frame is appropriate. So right now there's no limit as to you. Like I said, you could be, if you're charged with or you're convicted a second time, it could be 50 years apart. It still counts a second time. Right now we're suggesting we put a 5-year limit on that. So that part, really want to emphasize that. That's a significant change. Going on page 8 at line 7, right now the statutes read cruelly beats. We changed that to beats with cruelty. Apparently that's more consistent. So hopefully not a substantive change there. And then going on to page 10, when we start talking about the exceptions, and perhaps it shouldn't be a huge surprise, Mr. Chairman, when you have a bill like this going through the Ag Committee, we're going to expand the exceptions just a little bit. And talking about on page 10, line 11, right now it's there's exception simply for participating in rodeo events. We suggest that perhaps training for or participating in rodeo events should also. So we grab that training for rodeo events, which some may interpret as not currently being exempted. So excuse me. So minor change there, I would hope. And then going on to page 12, starting on line 3, starting with all funds in the account. This is a different language, but it's standardized language for reversions that we use in other statutes. So changing the language would not a substantive change in what we understood. The rest of the bill, as we get into section 2 and the amendments, is simply updating the references. Once again, there's a slight change from cruelly beats to beats with, cruelly treated to treated with cruelty on page 15. And Mr. Chairman, section 6-3-203 is repealed with an effective date of July 1. That's the bill. And we look at this as an opportunity to have a more general discussion about animal abuse. There was, it is a little bit more background as we finish up the presentation. There's a concern that oftentimes we'd have bills coming to us based off of individual circumstances, which I think just about everybody would agree is unacceptable or tragic. But they are often not coordinated or even discussed with those in production agriculture who could be unintentionally affected. So there's still an opportunity to make some changes there based off of those considerations, but we know we just didn't really have any specific input. Frankly, I was kind of hoping to address some broader concerns, but that possibility still exists, especially with Senate File 26 moving forward. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll go ahead and cease my presentation. Look forward to any questions.
Thank you very much, Senator Boner. Questions for Senator Boner? Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I applaud the work of the Chairman of Agriculture for taking this issue up. He was a former member of the Judiciary Committee and understands, it seems like every year we deal with an animal cruelty bill, and the work to bring it all together, I think, was very important, and it looks like some good work was done here. And so really appreciate that. I further appreciate the elimination of the reference to a high misdemeanor, which was found a lot in our game and fish and our livestock laws, which was meaningless. And so I do appreciate the elimination of that because it was, I think, misleading in what it meant. However, I do have a question and a concern, and maybe I just haven't been able to read the bill in a way that makes sense. So on page 7, lines 10 through 13, it looks like maybe instead of having the high misdemeanor, what we have done is replace that word with aggravated. And aggravated is typically a delineation between a felony and a misdemeanor. So for example, you have a simple assault and that just means you hit somebody, that's a misdemeanor. But if you really hit them and break their nose or do something other serious bodily injury, that's aggravated assault. And that's the difference between the misdemeanor and the felony. So I see here in the animal cruelty section, we have this aggravated animal cruelty, but it is a misdemeanor. So can you help me understand the difference between the aggravated felony animal cruelty and the aggravated misdemeanor animal cruelty?
Mr. Chairman.
I was muted, I'm sorry. Just seeing if anybody else wanted to tag on with a question. You, Chairman Boner.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah, it's my understanding that it's meant to be a misdemeanor. And certainly not a felony, and you'll see that the punishments are the same: 6 months, up to 6 months imprisonment, and a fine of no more than $750. It certainly wouldn't be terribly challenging to change section 1003 and put it in with section 1002, so it's all cruelty to animals. Once again, I think that this might be left over from the previous statute. We didn't want to make any changes, and I appreciate that perspective. So if that's something that would make it even more logical for those who practice law, it's certainly an amendment that we can work on to combine those two and cease with the distinction between aggravated cruelty to animals and cruelty to animals.
Thank you. You guys can take that up. Anybody else? Senator Driscoll. You're muted, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like talking to myself in the dark. A couple questions. One, knowing a little bit of what's gone, there's no provision that I see in here for repayment to somebody for care of animals if they've been acquitted. Was that brought up? Because in some of these cases, you're talking tens of thousands of dollars. And if you go through due process and you've been acquitted, I see nothing there that repays you back for it. And I'd like some thoughts on it. The second question I have has to do with on page 9, the separate counts. Very often in livestock, we're talking herds of animals. So if you've got a whole herd, you might have, back to being multiple counts, you may automatically go to a felony because you're charged with 250 counts of animal abuse at one time, which I know has been done before, and that moves it automatically, I believe, under this into a felony. And I was wondering if there's a way for us to possibly deal with these multiple cases, and sometimes it is with dogs as well, or other animals, but primarily livestock. I have great concern that you escalate this thing on the first time into a major offense. So could you address that just a little, please?
Thank you, Senator Driscoll. I think your first part of your question might be more of a discussion for the next bill we have up, but I will certainly try and answer the question. But Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is correct. We did attempt to address that very issue that the good senator from Devil's Tower brought up in his first question with the next piece of legislation, so we can talk more about that as we after we get done with this one. Regarding the second concern about, and it is correct if you look at on page 9, 6-3-1008, each animal affected by the defendant's conduct may constitute a separate count. And that's, once again, we haven't changed anything substantively, I don't believe. But if you look at the felony counts, I'm just not coming up with anything that stipulates that you'll be dealing with a felony if based off of the number of offenses. That's I understand that's only something that's dealing with misdemeanors, and yes, you would be dealing with increased fine in terms of misdemeanors. But if perhaps the majority floor leader could point me to a specific concern in the bill, I could be able to better answer that question.
Thank you, Senator Boner. Back to you for follow-up, Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, I think you're correct. I'm sorry, didn't read my bill well enough, and section B on page 7 says separate occasions. So I retract. My bad.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Senator Perkins.
Thank you. I've got 3 questions that came to mind as I read this. The first one is on the top of page 4, lines 1 through 3. And this is under cruelty to animal, and so the kind of predicate is that the person has charge and custody of any animal under circumstances which manifest extreme indifference to the animal's safety, health, or life. And I noted under capital A there, which is on lines 1 through 3, that knowingly is not included in that. And I'm just wondering, I'm just thinking of the instance where you have a new pet owner or an inexperienced pet owner, or maybe an inexperienced pet owner that hasn't provided it with proper food or leaves it outside, not understanding that it's inadequate of species. I'm just wondering if that may be intentional. I just want to know if that's if that should have knowingly, or if there was discussion about that, and that was was intentionally omitted, because there's no really much intent. It's just the results, and sometimes people aren't that bright with respect to their animals. The second question I have is down on the same page, lines 9 through 11. And what we have in the case of immediate, obvious, or serious illness or injury to the animal, fails to provide the animal with appropriate care. I'm just, as we talk about that, for example, in my wife and her family, are willing to spend thousands and thousands of dollars in vet bills for household pets. I know a lot of people that either don't have the money or unwilling to do that. And so is appropriate care the ability to humanely humanely destroy the animal, which is an option for livestock, but doesn't seem to be an option for other types of animals, which normally is in the pet category. And then the third question I have has to do with application, is on page 5, lines 13 through 17. What we have this example in Casper. So what you have is you intentionally act to seriously injure or destroy any livestock or domesticated animal owned by another person while the animal is on property the animal is authorized to be present. And we had an instance that was tragic here in Casper, was on public land, so the animal's authorized to be there. And there were some people who put out, I think, had trapping licenses and put out trapping snares. So they were authorized to put out the trapping snares on the line. These household dogs were running on the public land, and they were caught in the snares and killed, or had to be destroyed. And so as I look at that, I'm wondering, is that a little bit too broad for people where you have these competing interests, particularly on public land? The animal's authorized to be there, but there may be other activities and certainly the person intentionally put out the snare because they were trapping. So they intentionally act, and obviously it should be foreseeable that some domestic animal could wander into that trap. So I'm just wondering how this works and how it's applied, and looking for some explanation on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Perkins. Senator Boner, there's a lot there. Why don't you go for it?
Okay, we'll give it a shot, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the first question, as far as the word knowingly, like I said, we were simply taking what's currently in statute and putting it into this new statute. Currently, there is no, I guess necessarily the word knowingly is not in the language that's now on line or page 4 of the bill. I was under the impression that the lead-in on the bottom of page 3, the language that we added, which manifests extreme indifference to animal safety, would require some level of knowledge. But if I'm mistaken in that, and I certainly refer to our attorneys, that'd be a relatively easy amendment to add, which knowingly manifests extreme indifference, and that would take care of all the language that's candled out on paragraphs A, B, C, and D on page 4. So certainly defer to members who have passed the bar to help out with that and the technical differences there. Regarding exceptions, I just draw the attention of the body to page 10, line 4, and personally humanely destroying an animal, including livestock, is an exception. So it doesn't just apply to livestock. There's exceptions, even though, frankly, a lot of these exceptions have to deal with agriculture. There's also elements that apply to pet owners as well. And finally, the final question on page 5. Once again, I believe if I remember correctly, this was a product of a bill from a few years ago where we were reacting to a specific instance that rubbed folks the wrong way. And, you know, I can't, and I may be wrong. I may need help from somebody on TRW, but I was under an impression that you cannot put traps on public land, and perhaps you know, you can make the argument that some traps were nearby, and that's what led to the circumstance perhaps my colleague from Casper was referring to. But if I remember that correctly, I could be wrong. I think there's that actually ended up happening on private property. And so it's certainly an open question. Once again, one part of the reasons that led to us taking up this bill is, you know, you have these individual bills that come forward based off of individual circumstances, and they could have unintentional consequences. But I'd have to, it's my understanding that there's broader statutes to include federal statutes at play when it comes to public lands, and I'd have to defer to somebody with more knowledge about how this language interplays with those situations. So I could, if in absent that, I could certainly do some research and get back to the body on second reading.
Yeah, no. Thank you, Senator Bonner. I think the Game and Fish Commission is working on the latter, and I think indeed you can trap on public land, and I think that Senator Driscoll can illuminate that a little bit.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'll try to keep getting myself in hot water here because this is a tough issue. And indeed, it's legal to both trap and have your pets on public grounds, notwithstanding most national park units. But if it's national forest, BLM ground, both trapping and dogs on it are there. In the case that the good senator from Casper brought up, there's numerous cases. It is a problem in Wyoming. It's trying to be dealt with. It's really a hot button issue, and it's I hope it doesn't bleed into this bill, but it's a tough one. So, but indeed, for a point of correction, it is legal to both trap and have animals off leashes on public grounds in Wyoming. Thank you.
I think it's even a constitutional amendment somewhere. So, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, on page 5, line 13, you've got this provision that forbids shooting, poisoning, or otherwise intentionally acting destroy or injure livestock or domestic animals. The Game and Fish, I believe, will fairly routinely shoot dogs that are harassing and pursuing wildlife. If they do that on the private property of the owner of the dog, does this apply to them, or is there a specific exception in the Game and Fish law?
Who can handle that one? We're going to have to get back to you, Senator Scott. We got, Senator Hicks.
I believe we defeated that bill a couple of years ago that would have or made it a crime for Game and Fish to do that, as far as shoot somebody's dog that was pursuing. But within their statutes, if it's pursuing animals, they clearly have the authority to do that. But I think that is in the Game and Fish statutes. It's harassment of wildlife.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. Senator McEwen. Senator McKeon, did you have your hand up? Am I saying it right? Please correct me. And you'll have to unmute and then correct me.
There we go.
McEwen.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, I did have an incident where a dog was chasing herd antelope, and one of my neighbor turned me in. I called the Game and Fish and talked to somebody down there was fairly high up, and their answer to me was, I wouldn't have my dog chase animals, they'll get hurt, but we certainly won't come destroy it for that. I just thought I'd add that. I think they've changed their policy a little bit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Boner.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say on this point we talked about this page 5, line 13, before we get too down the rabbit hole of federal land management policy or game and fish statutes, I just point out once again, this is one of those instances where we had just an individual bill responding to an individual circumstance. And, you know, if there was an amendment on second reading that would delete paragraph 5, I certainly wouldn't voice my objection to it. But that's it's up to the will of the body.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? I see Senator Cooper, you have your hand up.
Page 4, line 1. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question for the senator from downtown Orange Junction. Page 4, line 1. If by some failure of my own I lose track of the flock and they end up on the wrong side of the fence or on the wrong side of somewhere where they don't belong, whether it be the flock or the herd or my trusty pony. Again, should that be knowingly fails, or because occasionally that does happen where an animal will get trapped into livestock, especially into an area where there isn't adequate feed or there isn't adequate drink for them, but it's not knowingly done and it's not done intentionally. Can you differentiate that for me, please?
Thank you, Senator Cooper. You know, my family used to have the cafe at Orange Junction around the late 1800s, so I didn't know we were connected, Senator Boner.
Well, you learn something every day, and if anybody wants to visit, you know, downtown Orange Junction, you know, there used to be a rest area, but that's not open anymore. But there's still a gas station, so you're more than welcome every time. So getting to the question, a few things. Once again, I just you know, really rely on the attorneys to differentiate with that language or explain a little bit what constitutes manifesting extreme indifference to animal safety, health, or life, and if that's substantially similar to using the word knowingly. But to address the good senator from the Bighorn Basin's concern, just point out that in the exceptions on page 10, use of industry accepted agricultural and livestock practices is accepted, and I think the occasional down fence or, you know, whatever the circumstance is that leads a group of livestock to head into the wrong area is certainly something that happens on a routine, hopefully not too much routine basis, but it does happen. And I think we're covered there in the exceptions. Between that and the, you know, you have to prove that you're extremely indifferent. I think we're in good shape there.
Okay, thank you, Senator Boner. We okay, Senator Cooper? Anybody else? Any other discussion on the bill? Any other discussion on the bill? I'm not seeing anybody. So please speak up if I don't catch you. So I think, are you ready for the question? The question is on Senator Boner's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 26. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. All those opposed, raise your hand. Others, put them down. Put them down and then the opposed. Okay. Got one opposed. That motion is carried. Senate File 26 has passed committee of the whole. The next file for our consideration is Senate File 25. Madam Chief Clerk, would you be so kind as to read the file?
Senate File 25, Animal Impound Proceedings, Bond and Disposition, an act relating to crimes and offenses, sponsored by Agriculture. It was referred to Agriculture, whom returned a recommendation to the Senate that it do pass. Voting aye, Senators Boner, Bouchard, French, Cost, and Wasserberger. Signed, Brian Boner, Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chief Clerk. You've heard the reading of the file. What is your pleasure, Senator Boner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, to do so with the favorable recommendation on Senate File 25, and I will be taking this one as well, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
You bet. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this bill addresses an issue that we alluded to before, dealing with a challenge that affects both prosecution and defense of these animal cruelty cases. And it deals with the cost associated with keeping the evidence, in this case, a living, breathing animal that needs care and can be quite expensive to take care of while the court case goes through, makes its way through the system. And so we actually heard testimony that affected, I guess you could say, both sides of the issue. There was prosecutions that were not pursued due, from what I understood, exclusively due to the cost of keeping the animals. So those charges were dropped, not necessarily based on the merits, but just because the local animal shelter couldn't really keep the animals for very long. And then we heard about situations that our great majority floor leader referred to, where actually somebody's livestock was sold while the case was still pending, and ultimately in some instances those individuals were actually found to be not guilty, yet the state of Wyoming went ahead and took their property and actually sold it without due process. So this bill tries to alleviate those concerns, and it's copied from a statute, a similar statute in a state just to our west, that basically gives either party in these cases the opportunity to get before a judge to determine the ownership of the animal as the case makes its way through the court system. So that's what we did here. And you'll see, just going through the bill, we'll go ahead and put a new paragraph in our animal cruelty statutes and we'll just go through paragraph by paragraph, starting on page 2. So right now, it's any person with authority to enforce this section, or Title 11, which is and deals with animal abuse as it relates to livestock. So that means any law enforcement or member of the livestock board is that person with the authority to enforce these sections. And also the standard here is probable cause. It's my understanding that will be the standard anyways, but that's what's in the statute here. And so if they have probable cause to think that somebody's committing animal abuse, they're going to go ahead and impound the animal. Once they do that, the owner of the animal shall be responsible for all reasonable costs, and they have to post a bond with the court. Reasonable cost, once again, this will be determined by the court. And if you draw your attention to page 2, line 15, you have a list of reasonable costs, not an all-inclusive list, but something obviously we want to draw attention to. And so it's open for discussion if you're concerned about the bond that the owner would be paying. There's some opportunity for amendments there as we list out the items which we consider reasonable costs. Going on to the next paragraph, describing how the bond will be handled. Once again, the amount, in this case, the judge, from my understanding, would determine to be sufficient. So there is an opportunity to have an impartial determination as to the amount of the bond. And it'll be for up to 90 days, or for 90 days. So that's how much the bond that the owner would be responsible for posting as we wait for the final disposition of the animal. So moving on to page 3, a bond has to be filed within 10 days. If it expires and when it expires, if they want to prevent the owner wants to prevent disposition of the animal, they have to post a new bond with the court as described in the first paragraph. Of course, the court has the opportunity to alter the new bond at this point at 90 days. And going on to paragraph 3, if the bond is not posted, they shall dispose of the animal. I know that sounds harsh, but we defined dispose on line 20, which means to place for adoption, sell, or destroy. And further delineating that the owner of the animal should be responsible for the costs associated with that. There's references to paragraph 6, which is kind of the key paragraph in all this. We'll get to that in a minute. Paragraph 4 simply states that anybody who is taking care of the animal can draw from the bond for the actual costs. So there's a little bit of a sideboard there. And upon the final disposition of the animal on paragraph 5, any remaining amount will be remitted to the owner or keeper of the animal. So paragraph 6 is kind of the key to all this. Starting there on line 21, page 4, says a person with authority to enforce this section or another participate in the criminal action may file a petition requesting that the court issue an order forfeiting the animal to the person, entity enforcing the section. Given the following circumstances, kind of candled out there in paragraphs A, B, and C, they have to, a person with authority to enforce has to be in possession of the animal, the outcome of the criminal action has to be pending, and they have not finally disposed of the animal. And then getting into paragraph 7, another important element here. At that point, the court shall set a hearing to determine who ends up keeping the animal, at least while the case is proceeding. They'll try to get within 14 days or as soon as practical thereafter, understanding that the courts need this flexibility, but that's the goal, is 14 days. And the hearing is only limited to the question of forfeiture of the animal. So we get into paragraph 8 as how the hearing will be conducted. So the prosecutor, once again, has to establish probable cause. A prior finding of probable cause is enough to create a rebuttable presumption that probable cause exists. After the hearing, if the court finds a probable cause exists, the court may, and this is another important policy choice, may instead of shall. So we made the decision to.
Hold on, Senator Bonner. Somebody needs to mute. I'm not sure where it's coming from, but we're getting some stray noise. Thank you. Go ahead, Senator Bonner.
Okay, thank you. And so you'll see 2 mays in this paragraph. This is based off the input from both the public defender and the county attorney, that we want to give the court ultimate discretion depending on the facts of the case. That those mays could be a shall, though. So just like to highlight that. If the court finds there is probable cause, they may order forfeiture of the animal to the person with authority to enforce animal cruelty laws. If, however, they find that no probable cause exists, the animal may be returned to the owner. And finishing out this paragraph, very importantly, that owner will not be responsible for any reasonable costs of the impoundment unless they are later found to be guilty or plead guilty. Okay, so moving on to the bottom of page 6. This is basically replicating the same procedure in Title 11, which deals with similar circumstances for livestock. And Mr. Chairman, we could go over this if you want, but basically we're just amending the exact same language into Title 11, going on the bulk of it being on page 9 with new language there, going to page 11. So that's the procedure, that's the bill. Like I said, we're attempting to reduce the costs, which one way or the other are disproportionately affecting the outcomes of these cases. And this is the best way we could find to do it. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Senator Bonner. Senator Driscoll, I know this one's on your mind. You're muted, sir.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Back again, I am on the right bill at this point in time. I apologize for last time. My question still stands. I see where we've streamlined it. We've made it a lot better process, and I agree with a huge part of what this bill actually does. But I still don't see where, after we've gone through due process, a person's been found innocent and now potentially they've had to post a bond for maybe up to 6 months going to trial. someone else is taking care of their animals, and there's no provision for them to be reimbursed and be made whole through the process. And this is really a tough deal. And particularly in the case of livestock, maybe it's in there and I didn't catch it. I didn't see it when you went through, but I think you can hit cases where they actually come out and almost torment somebody and they'll break them because they can't afford the exceptional care somewhere else. And my belief is, regardless who it is in our system, when they've made a false accusation or have been found to be wrong, really the owner of the livestock should be reimbursed back for all of those costs and be made whole. And I don't see where we've got that right now without them civilly trying to go back and getting it back. Am I missing something in the bill?
Thank you, Senator Driscoll. Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First point, the bond with this procedure is determined by a judge. So there's an opportunity for due process because the judge is making the determination after hearing from both sides, from what I understand, instead of more arbitrary decisions simply by the agency or entity that has taken possession of the animal. So that's a significant difference. We're not trying to dictate outcomes. We're just hoping that everybody can have a fair shot with this procedure. And once again, there's that opportunity to get before a judge early on, relatively early on. If you don't think the probable cause exists and your animal has been taken, then you have an opportunity to go ahead and get that animal back in your possession relatively early on. Like I said, the goal is to have this hearing within 14 days. And at that point, if you do get your animal returned to you, you will not be responsible for the cost. You'd be reimbursed, or that bond would be reimbursed. And so we're relying on that hearing and individuals taking advantage of that hearing to determine ownership of the animal, to not just mitigate the cost, but if they are found to be correct by the judge, then they'll have those costs reimbursed.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, kind of along those similar lines, I see on page 4, subsection V, and then on page 9, subsection F. The way I read the bill is this: once the livestock or the animal's been confiscated, it goes through the process, they're found not guilty. It looks to me like the only money that they're going to get back is whatever's left over in the bond. So the state or the entity will still, and if you go back, it's vet care, transportation, all of this. So let's run a scenario that we know real life has happened is you could have a state agency or county agency come in and confiscate a herd of animals, transport them someplace else, feed, water them, have a vet look at them. You've posted your bond. You're found not guilty. The only money that you're going to get back is what's remaining after the expenses that were taken out of that bond to pay for those animals. And that's the way I'm reading it. But am I missing something there? Because the way I read that under that scenario, that individual that's found not guilty is not made whole. They've incurred significant expense. And the only one that's made whole is the state or the entity that prosecuted the action in the beginning. I'm not finding where the defendant gets to go make a case before the court to all these other costs should be reimbursed too, including his legal fees. So where is that? I'm not finding it in the bill if it's in there. I just need some help to find that.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. Senator Boner, let's save your voice a little bit. I see that Senator Nethercott has her hand up. Let's maybe give you a little bit of a break. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have significant concerns with the bill. This is a tricky subject all across our country when it comes to unconstitutional takings and the appropriate due process associated with the impoundment of animals. It's very hard, particularly understanding these costs. And so it's a pretty complicated topic, actually. But fundamentally, particularly when we're talking about livestock, I mean, the value of the bond that may need to be taken when a person's liberty is also at stake, probably associated with animal cruelty, because I don't see a limitation as to the type of reason for the animal to be impounded. Was it running loose and the dog is, being detained and the city or county has to take care of it while the owner is found? Or is this an animal abuse case and we have to take a herd of livestock, at which point the costs associated with that are high and somebody's being charged with aggravated animal cruelty and facing prison time, the loss of their livelihood, the loss of their families, the loss of their liberty. So they're posting a bond for that. And then they're also having to post an additional bond, of an unlimited amount associated with the care of a herd of cattle, right? I mean, good Lord, what that costs. And so what happens if they can't post that bond?
Senator Boner, I actually thought that she was going to help you out. So now we'll throw it back to you and you got a double term.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so if you don't post a bond, you forfeit the animals. That's the way it works right now. And like I said, we're relying the element of due process here is that it's a judge make that determination, whereas right now, I believe it's in the case of livestock, that's the livestock board. And so, yeah, certainly appreciate the input. I hope that making that shift from a state employee making that determination to a judge would have improved the situation. But if it's untenable, we can certainly try again. And certainly there's opportunities to amend what qualifies as a reasonable cost in the statute. Going back to my colleague from BAGS, that could also be another way we could improve the bill. Have a provision, if you're found not guilty, you'll be reimbursed. Certainly not something we considered in the standing committee, but something that we could add to the bill if we'd like. Once again, we're focusing on that hearing to determine the ownership of the animal. You have to take advantage of it. You can't just wait, until and hope everything works out for you at the end of the case. At that point, we wouldn't have those costs because the question of who owns the animal will have been determined at the outset. And so that's what we're trying to do. You have to take advantage of that opportunity if you're the defendant, and to take care of that right off the bat. So that's what the bill does, and in that circumstance, you will be reimbursed for costs of the animal, not legal costs. We can add that too, but simply you'll be reimbursed, or you will be made whole in that instance.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm reading it the same as the good senator did. I see where you get what's left of your bond back, but nothing else. And a little bit back to the good senator from Cheyenne. In the case of livestock, if you take which we've had this, multiple 100-head herd, transportation costs pretty easily can get into, $3,000 to $5,000. Care will run $1,000+ a day. A 14-day bond might potentially be into double digits on a thing. And likely in these cases, it's somebody that's probably not wildly awash with money. They also have purchased their feed or have their feed for their animals there. So they're now being forced to pay for feed that they really didn't want to buy. There's not an option there that says we send someone out there to help supervise care. This is the worst of all worlds. And exactly as the good senator put, you spend thousands in legal fees to defend your name, reputation, and otherwise, and on top of it, post a bond on the animals. And my question to the good chairman would be, would you be open to, and it stops abuses of the system, that if you're acquitted, that we run a second reading amendment that says in cases of acquittal, full cost plus legal fees are reimbursed back to the person being charged. And I think that's a fair game deal from my own standpoint. I'm going to tell you, I've watched these cases closely, and they tend not to be one-time deals. These guys tend to come after them over and over again, and this would potentially help stop that behavior. So would you be supportive of an amendment that did something similar to that?
Senator Boner.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think that's a good discussion to have. Absolutely. Added assurance to due process and make sure that, we're not relying solely on this initial hearing, and it would provide, I guess, an added layer of defense, if you will, if somebody is ultimately found to be not guilty, and perhaps they didn't take advantage of the initial hearing. So yes, I think that would be consistent with the intent of the bill and what we're trying to accomplish here. Just need a little bit more time to think out all the consequences of that. Obviously, it'd be make it less likely that, especially that anybody with enforcing the section would pursue a case. But if that's the policy decision we want to make, then that's the policy decision we will make.
Thank you, Senator. I see Senator Landon has his hand up, and then we'll go to Senator Nethercott.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is a little more elementary to help an urban guy. And I apologize if I've missed it, Chairman, from downriver, but can you help me to understand how we might get to this point with the bill? In other words, when a person with authority to enforce just shows up, I'm assuming that there's been a lot of dialogue and maybe some warnings involved. But then again, I don't know that. I mean, how does it reach a point where we could literally start loading up someone's herd out in the front pasture? I'm sure hoping that there's a process involved before we get to that point. Can you help me with that? Thank you.
Yeah, let's get you, Senator Boner. It's kind of technical. Then we'll go to Senator Nethercott for her question. Go ahead.
We have this, we specifically point out they have to have probable cause, which is what I understand is the situation anyways. And so in our discussions in the interim, the Livestock Board in particular did say, that they try to, in most circumstances, they try to talk to folks and try to get them to, if there's just ignorance of what it takes to take care of an animal, for example, that they try to help out and educate first. And often, so as a testimony we heard, but yeah, there is some, obviously you have to show a probable cause to actually take somebody's property. And it's my understanding that's fairly common. So it's, it can't just be your neighbor calls you, calls the Livestock Board or law enforcement because they don't like you. There has to actually be something that demonstrably wrong.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a couple concepts here that come to mind and just want to communicate and then ask some questions about for the body to consider on the bill. I think it may currently be, and in the bill, also unconstitutional that a failure to pay the bond would forfeit your interest in the animal, primarily because full due process has not been afforded. And I think that argument is stronger in the case of livestock, because livestock is not just your pet, but is your livelihood. And so not only does it go to it goes to a pretty powerful property interest. And so the level of due process I think that needs to be afforded is far greater than probable cause. Probable cause is the lowest level of threshold, a standard we have in the law, and that means it's more probable than not, meaning it's about 51%, super low. So a civil case would require a higher burden. So usually we have what's called a pre-deprivation hearing, or in the criminal court associated with your aggravated animal cruelty case, you get a probable cause hearing, otherwise known as a preliminary hearing. And that's just kind of the first due process step you get to see, is there enough evidence to continue to move forward? And if there is, then we'll move forward where you get a full hearing. And so I do think that is required in this kind of legislation, particularly as it relates to livestock, because it's so closely tied to livelihood as opposed to just my pet. So I think that's a concept that we should probably consider pretty carefully to make sure that if the bill moves forward, it doesn't get challenged in that way. So a couple concepts to consider: delineating the differences between a household pet and livestock. The basis for that being livestock is associated with livelihood for a greater property interest protection. And because you can't pay does not mean you forfeit your property interest at a probable cause hearing. That to me is unacceptable, and I believe there needs to be further review before that can take place.
You're
Yeah,
muted, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
I got you, Senator Hicks. Let's do Senator Hicks and go to Senator Driscoll. I mute myself when there are people in the chamber talking. It's just, I think it helps with the echo a little bit. So, but Senator Hicks, and then we'll go to Senator Driscoll.
Yeah, first I want to thank the Ag Committee for taking this up. This has been a big issue for the last 5 or 6, 7 years. And to Senator, my colleague from Natrona County's point, which I think is very poignant, is have we looked at process to deal with this before it gets to this situation? And I think the good senator of the Ag Committee had give a perspective of one particular agency, but it's been my experience is that was just one perspective, and there hasn't not necessarily been equal application of that process around. It's completely discretionary on the agency as to how they're going to do this. In other words, they can show up in the middle of the night, and I do think in most cases they have acted in good faith to try to remedy that, but it has not been consistently applied because there is no outlined statutory process that provides that. And so one of the things that I think before we would ever want to escalate this to the point that this bill contemplates is, I think, gets to my colleague from Natrona County's point. Many of these cases are just a recognition that things aren't probably appropriate with the care, particularly as it comes to livestock. And so I think is dependent on the direction this bill goes. We would probably want to go insert at some point in time a process of a citation or notification before you would ever escalate to this point, and develop a remedy at that point. And I know, and I think the good chairman has alluded to that fact, sometimes that occurs. But there is several egregious cases where that did not occur, and I think we need to codify that. No different than we do with somebody operating their private property, going down the street with a taillight out. We have them notified that they have a deficiency that's not compliant with state laws, and they have to rectify that situation. And I think that would be something that we would certainly want to look at adding into this provision, because it's a cost of the state. And I think the good chairman of the Appropriations Committee, you're taking potentially somebody's business and their livelihood away from them. And the more that we can prevent that from happening, and the more that we can reduce the cost both to the individual and the state or the government before that happens, I think would be a good first step process to look at. But with that, Mr. Chairman, as the bill is currently constructed, I'm going to be a no. I do thank the committee for taking it up. As many of us know, sometimes this is the process that makes the bills and the laws much better, that we have a committee or an individual that brings this to the floor. It's impossible for any committee or individual to identify all those extraneous issues, secondary impacts that may occur. And that's why we have this process, and it serves us well. But I don't think this is ready for prime time at this point in time. I think it's a great start, but I think this debate on the first reading and the committee of the whole has outlined numerous issues, and I want to keep working on this, and maybe with a little help of the Judiciary Committee. But at this point in time, I can't support it moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. I think I already said we'll try to get Senator Driscoll, and we'll definitely, you'll get your time, Chairman Boner. And I see Senator Scott, we'll get to you too. So Senator Driscoll, you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The good senator covered a lot of the points I was at, and I was going to echo that. As the committee's done a great job of trying to get about it. I will say, as a background, I do believe we need to codify, probably as another amendment on this, the process. Replying to my good friend from Casper that commented on what normally happens, I have really had a hard time dealing with the agency on this, is the fact that my personal belief is always, and it ought to be codified into statute at this point, the first step always in the cases of animal abuse or animal cruelty is for the person that's committing the act to be notified that there's a complaint that it's happening. And that is not the process that happens now. And that's really hard because the only way a person corrects their behavior is if they know they're doing it. Often they don't know what's going on. So I do believe that needs to come as an amendment as part of this. And the second part is absolutely, it has to be where once that process has been followed, and I am going to support this bill out because I do think we need the due process part. And I think they've made a good run at putting that part together. I'm hoping with the good chair of judiciary that we can write a couple amendments and actually get where we've got this fixed, because this has not been a one case or one time problem. It's gone on since I've been in the Senate, and I've been the recipient of it. I'm going to tell you, I got turned in at one point on an animal abuse charge and found out from my county sheriff I was being investigated by the Wyoming Livestock Board. I was appalled that no one had come to me to ask what the circumstances were and what was going on. And I think that courtesy is for everyone. We're not trying to make people criminals for their care or treatment of animals. We're trying to encourage them to do the right thing the right way. And that's what this bill should do, is not be taken from a standpoint of making someone a criminal or prosecute them. How do we use our laws to help people do the right thing the right way? So I would hope we can amend this bill and make it come out. And if not, I'll be a no vote on it further down the road. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Senator Driscoll. Senator Boner, they're piling on a little bit. Do you want to respond now, or should I take Senator Scott first?
Well, I'll just jump in here. Appreciate the input, especially it looks like there's opportunity for improvement on page 8, paragraph D. But just like to take this opportunity to point out, and I think we had plenty of background information, that this, maybe this bill doesn't quite get us to where we want to be, but it is an improvement on the status quo if we're concerned about somebody's property being taken from them without due process. So I'll just point out that if there's concerns about constitutionality, just look at the current language in paragraph D there on page 8. That's the status quo. If you don't post a bond, your livestock is taken from you. And so, like I said, we were relying heavily on that initial hearing to provide some due process where there's a judge making that determination instead of a state agency. And just to, I think even having this discussion has improved, that agency's outlook a little bit. We started off, I asked about due process, and according to Livestock Board, due process was talking to the livestock owner before they took their property. Obviously, that's not what that word means. And so, yeah, just point out, I think this bill is certainly able to be amended in a way that will make it satisfactory. Just point out that, we have done some work, and if there's a specific direction that leadership had, they will have done well to maybe communicate that ahead of time. But either way, we'll go ahead and continue. I think the bill needs to go forward, and I'm very open to any amendments that will improve it.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, as we think about this problem and how to solve it, I just want to add a few cautions on both sides. I think that you can go too far in solving the particular problem and get yourself in trouble. If you raise the consequences for the state agency and for the enforcers of being wrong too high, you make it impossible for them to take any risks and you make it impossible for them to deal with a real case of abuse, which certainly can happen. And it can happen when you get somebody in that is either incompetent or is in desperate financial circumstances and can't afford to do what they have to do to take care of the animal's property. You can have both of those circumstances. So you have to be careful with the remedies you craft in case the government is wrong. At the same time, you can you can have, and it sounds like there have been some cases where either a state agency or a prosecutor is either acting out of just being arbitrary and not being competent themselves, or somebody, and frankly, in our modern day and era, somebody who has a political or ideological motive can make complaints that may appeal to somebody who doesn't understand what agriculture is all about, and catches some perfectly innocent people. So you have to safeguard against that. And I think we can go overboard on either side. I don't think we're going to come to a definitive resolution with this bill. And I think that the question really for the Senate on this bill is not, does this bill give us the perfect solution? And maybe we can improve it with some amendments. But does this bill take us a step forward from where we are? And at this point, my judgment is it probably does, and we probably should support the bill. But it sure doesn't sound to me like it's going to be the final answer, because you do have a delicate balance in this thing in getting it right.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've just been listening to this good debate, and it does seem to me that there's a lot of merit to the concepts of the bill and the intent of the bill. And I think everybody seems to agree that this is a bill that should eventually pass in some form or another, but that it might not be ready to move forward. That said, we do have options, and we did one of those options yesterday, which is to send it back to its home committee, give some more time, and we could bring this back in a few weeks at the longer session. I just throw that out there to the good chairman of Committee 5 as a possible consideration. I'd make the motion if he wants it. If he doesn't want it, by all means, it's up to him. But it sounds like there's a lot of good possibilities ahead for this.
Thank you, Senator Rothfuss. Senator Boner, what do you think
Thank you,
about
Mr.
that
Chairman.
suggestion?
Yeah, I think that suggestion is very well taken, and I might improve upon it by suggesting perhaps committee number 1 could take the bill.
Oh, well played. Well played, Senator.
And certainly, once again, I mean, committee number 5 has no practicing attorneys on it. We went out of our way to make sure that we got plenty of input from the public defender, from the Sheridan County attorney, and even during the recent hearing we had last week, the Laramie County DA's office, to make sure that we were doing everything the best we could, and we did our best to come up with a bill that was going to be workable. And I hope that that is the case, but certainly would be more than happy to, I guess, push this bill to the real experts on committee number 1.
Thank you, Senator. And that motion is in order. And Senator Rothfuss, are you going to make that motion?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Without objection, I'd ask that, I'm sorry, I don't have the bill number in front of me. It's 25, correct? Yes.
Yes, it is, correct.
Yeah. Without objection, I'd ask that Senate File 25, Animal Impound Proceedings, Bond and Disposition, be re-referred to Committee number 1, Judiciary Committee.
You've heard the request. Is there an objection? Is there an objection? I'm not seeing an objection, so it is so done. The Senate File 25 is re-referred to the Judiciary Committee. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, were you going to give us a motion, or were you going to want us to keep going?
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee of the whole beg leave to rise and sit again. We will come back in. It is now 12:50. We will come back in at 1:45. It'll give you almost an hour.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. Are there any announcements? Okay, you've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. Any opposed? We're beg leave to rise to sit again at 1:45.